afternoon. I would like to call this Town Council meeting of May 20th, 2025 to order. If you will please join and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you will continue standing while we say the invocation, Reverend Bill McCutcheon from Hilton Presbyterian Church.
That might just be ink on a page. Each affects a life and a person and a community. Give us insight, compassion. Help us to treat others as you have cared for us, to care for the needs of others more than our own. Father, we pray more than anything else that in the manner in which we conduct ourselves today, we'd bring honor to your name, which is above all names, and you would bless us with your presence. This we pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Orlando, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
No, sir.
Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the agenda? We've got a first and second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0. Next, we have the approval of minutes for regular meeting of May 6th and the workshop meeting minutes of May 12th. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. There we go, 7-0. Presentations and recognitions. Up next, we'll have the Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month proclamation to present to Ms. Connie Pratt and Bob Scannell.
All right, awesome. Come on. The Town of Hilton Head Island proclamation. Whereas amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive, fatal neurodegenerative disease in which a person's brain loses connection with their muscles, slowly reducing the person's ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. Whereas thousands of new amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, cases are reported every year, and estimates that every 90 minutes someone is diagnosed with ALS and someone passes away from ALS. And whereas on average, patients diagnosed with ALS survive only 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis. And the exact cause of ALS are unknown, and there is no known cure for ALS. And whereas people who have served in the military are more likely to develop ALS and die from the disease than those with no history of military service. And whereas securing access to the new therapies, durable medical equipment, and communication technologies is a vital importance to the people living with ALS. And whereas clinical trials play a pivotal role in evaluating new treatments, enhancing quality of life, and fostering assertive technologies for those living with ALS. And whereas the ALS Association is the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally and has committed more than $154 million to support more than 550 projects across the United States and 18 other countries. And whereas the ALS Association is committed to accelerating the pace of discovery, fueled by the hope that one day ALS will be a livable disease for everyone, everywhere, until a cure can be found. And whereas Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month provides an opportunity to increase public awareness of the dire circumstances of people living with ALS, acknowledge the terrible impact the disease has on those individuals and their families, and support research to eradicate this disease. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, do now hereby proclaim May as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month. Thank you. Yeah, you want to say anything? No.
Next, we will move on to reports from town council. Do we have any general reports at this time?
Yes, Mayor. As we may recall, it's Bike Month, and tomorrow evening at 6:30 is the Ride of Silence, honoring those who've lost their lives bicycling over the roads. I will be there to represent the town council, and I think Mr. Alfred would be there as well. And it will start at Port Royal Plaza, and we'll have a sheriff's escort along 278. It's a short mile ride. It's a solemn, silent ride, remembering those who've lost their lives. So be aware of bicyclists on the road tomorrow evening, starting at about 7 is when we start to ride, and it will conclude before dusk. So that's my report, and I hope that folks will support the Ride of Silence tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general reports? Just a quick reminder that Tuesday is Memorial Day, and there will be honor and recognition at Veterans Park at 9:30 Monday morning. Now, on to committee reports. Low Country Area Transportation Study, Ms. Becker.
We have not had a meeting. We have our next meeting next month.
Thank you. Report of Low Country Council of Governments, Mr. Alfred.
There was no meeting.
Thank you. Beaufort County Airports Board, Ms. Tunner.
There was a meeting. Construction continues at the Hilton Head Airport. The roadway should be done by the end of the month. There's an RFP out for concessions at the airport, and they're having regular meetings with Thomas Boxley to look for opportunities for collaboration. They selected a new parking vendor as the pay kiosk that they currently have at the airport has not worked that well. The parking area will be gated with parking costs identified by your license plate being read, entering and exiting. There'll be no resources on site, but 24/7 coverage through a call center. Revenue will be split with the vendor, and the airport expects to make more revenue with this approach, and parking fees have not been set yet. Real ID is in place and is going well at all of our state airports, and all 3 airlines, American, United, and Delta, are available now starting during Heritage, and commercial passenger arrivals through March were up 4.2%.
All right, thank you. Low Country Regional Board, Ms. Bryson.
Sir, thank you, Mayor. We met on Tuesday, April 22nd in Bluffton. The business for that meeting was, first of all, a report on the plastic bag survey led by County Council Chair Alice Howard, introducing Rob Merchant, the planning director for Beaufort County. They have completed the survey. They're doing a data analysis of it. They're calling it plastic reduction efforts. As you know, we have a lot of plastic on our beaches, from plastic water bottles and also from other kinds of tabs of plastic from plastic goods. They are putting together with a group, there's a working group with Beaufort County staff, Keep Beaufort County Beautiful Board, Port Royal Sound Foundation, and Coastal Conservation League. So we'll have more to report on that in the future. Then there was also a presentation by Kevin Eichard, the Director of Growth Management for Bluffton, regarding the town of Bluffton's ordinance regarding the 50-foot buffer from wetlands. The town of Bluffton adopted a new ordinance, and we were briefed on that. And Mayor, I would ask the town attorney to provide the town council with a briefing on whether or not we need to also amend our ordinance with regard to wetlands protection. Other jurisdictions are following the lead of the town of Bluffton in making some revisions to their ordinance, and we need to know whether or not we need to do something with ours. Then the next item was growth planning workshop, and that's paired with a task force proposal. The growth planning workshop was led by Rob Merchant, again, the County Planning and Zoning Director, and the task force proposal led by former Town Council member Tom Lennox. This is to look at regional impact of things like transportation, and as we know, there's a large population growth in this area of South Carolina. So looking at how to put together plans for the future, so we'll be hearing more about that in the future. The next meeting is next Tuesday at 10 o'clock, City of Hardyville Council Chambers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, Island Recreation Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Island Rec Center hosted a family fun day on Saturday, May 3rd. Over 500 people in attendance. Staff reported that many of the attendees were new to the center. great opportunity to promote the many programs the center offers to our community. Thanks to the Wexford Foundation for the grant that allowed this opportunity. The rec staff continues to gear up for the summer months with staff training sessions for summer camp, etc. And the rec center presented to Beaufort County a funding request for fiscal year 26 in the amount of $225,000 in support of the pool operations and youth scholarships. I say that so that you would all publicly start to lean on our county council reps to pay attention to that request.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go on to the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. We had a meeting on May 8th. After reviewing some budgetary items, there was a grant request approved of $115,000 for Project Sun, recommended sale of a lot to Project Ceramit in Beaufort County area, Beaufort City area. That's been postponed until September. Approve a memorandum of understanding to explore purchasing 62 to 120 acres in the Well Branch area. And that is just to do the due diligence. And that was approved. We got some information on another 117 acres in Lebeco that is potentially up for sale. Rejected a term sheet from Pinnacle Financial. Updated, worked on the update and site of the job funds. And we reviewed a performance agreement from the Low Country Fresh Markets where a letter of satisfaction was provided whereby they did not have to repay any of the grants that were awarded by Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. So a lot of information going on there, a lot of things happening. Next, we will go on to the Gullah Geechee Neighborhoods Historic Community Development Corporation. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the CDC will be meeting on tomorrow, May 21st. We will be receiving an update from the Executive Director, Thomas Boxley, on the proposed 2026 budget that this town council will be considering. We also, in executive session, will be discussing appointments to the CDC Board of Directors for town council consideration by town council in June, and also negotiations to propose contractual arrangements and discussion for the proposed sale of property in the Stony area.
All right, thank you. Community Services, Public Safety, Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our upcoming June 2nd meeting will be at 10 a.m. and we will discuss an amendment to the current regulations for tree protections on Hilton Head Island. We will also consider an ordinance regarding the regulations for sign standards to include sections, and that's 16.514, 1610, 105 if you're interested. Consideration of an ordinance to amend the current regulations for the measurement of height and setback encroachments for residential and non-residential development to include the land management ordinance section 16.3106, 16.5102, and 16.10.
Funding projects. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll now move on to unfinished business. First, we'll hear from Sean Colin with an update on the William Hilton Gateway Corridor project. Mr. Colin.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. Because this information is moving fast and we had an update from Beaufort County last night, I'm going to use the same information to make sure everyone is, that I'm not interpreting what was conveyed. And so this project has been in play for a number of years, back to 2017. I'm not going to go back to the beginning of time, but Town Council entered a memorandum of agreement with Beaufort County last June for a full project. It was estimated around $488 million. The funding for that project included a plan from the county for additional local funds to be raised through the 2024 sales tax referendum. With the failure of that referendum, a letter from the State Infrastructure Bank to the county asking how the funding plan would be executed without receiving that additional $90 million in local funds, how that funding plan, how they plan to fund the full project. and there was a shot clock placed on that, 15 days, with the help of Senator Davis and with a correspondence from Secretary Powell of SCDOT and some additional action. That deadline was extended to March 31st. And during that period, Beaufort County held meetings, as did the town of Hilton Head Island, to talk about a possibility of raising additional local funds, both at the county meeting and at the town meeting. Council members indicated not much appetite of raising additional local funds to contribute toward the project. So what did that mean? It meant that if the funding wasn't going to be increased, then the scope of the project needed to be reevaluated based on current funds at hand. And SCDOT in that period provided 6 options that were evaluated and discussed by both county and town council and communicated collectively at a joint meeting held on February 12th at the Bluffton Library. The options that are on the screen in front of you are the options that were presented. SCDOT was present. They went through these options, presented those along with county administrator and staff. And if you look at these options, well, I'm going to start at the bottom. Option 6 has always been a default option, which is for SCDOT to fix the deficient eastbound Mackey Creek span. This is an asset that's in their inventory on their roadway, and it's been identified as deficient, and they need to have a plan of action to fix that one bridge. So this has always been a default option. Going back to 2017, 2018, there was some collective discussion and decision to look at executing a larger project. And rather than replacing one of the 4 bridge spans, would there be some consideration and opportunity to address all 4 bridge spans? And going back to even 2015 and the Low Country Area Transportation Study through our MPO, they're our regional planning organization for transportation. There was a recommendation to widen this section between Moss Creek and Squire Pope Road in the recommendations approved by the policy committee. So this has been a discussion for a number of years. So that led to an application and consideration both from SCDOT and then led to an application with the State Infrastructure Bank to consider a larger project. So these other options that are listed here, option 1 would, let me go to option, the $488 million one, which is option 5, the next to last one listed here. That was what town council had been evaluating and what they had adopted the memorandum of agreement on last June. But we do not have $488 million. So SCDOT, looking at the options available, provided these to the county. Option 1 would be a lifeline bridge, what they call a one-way, no other access on or off, but a lifeline connection that connects the US 278 near the Bluffton flyover all the way to Jenkins Island. And they talked about building a 2-lane bridge, well, a 3-lane bridge striped for 2 lanes that could be utilized to convey 4 lanes much later when the westbound span would need to be replaced. So option 1 was just that, eastbound only and no connections. There was option 2, which was the same option, except it had the addition of the multi-use pathway connected to the bridge. Then options 3 and 4 were the same eastbound bridge replacement, one with and one without a pathway, but it included improvements all the way through to Spanish Wells, which was the extent of the project that was defined in the larger project. The reason I go through this is this was the basis for the latest discussion at the county, and this has been narrowed down to 2 options, and the county is now labeling option 1 and option 2, okay? Ironically enough, option 6 is now option one, which would be the default, which would say, which the county would terminate the agreement with the infrastructure bank and have DOT fix the existing deficient bridge. And then the local funds that were part of this, and I'll touch upon it in a second, would be discussed at the local level on how those funds would be utilized. Option one on the screen, but now option two from Beaufort County, was to go back to the State Infrastructure Bank with some modified language to the intergovernmental agreement that the county has with the State Infrastructure Bank to see if they would reconsider their action last week of disapproving a reduced scope and funding strategy. So want to just make sure we understand the transition of these options. So this was the option one, and when we talked about it at council, we had concerns about Lifeline and a U-turn here at Windmill Harbor to provide access back to Jenkins Island, and we included in our joint resolution that evaluation of appropriate access to Jenkins Island must be a part of the evaluation going forward. But this would be a full 3-lane bridge connecting from the mainland all the way through to Jenkins Island, and then additional improvements that provided access to Hog Island, Mariners Cove, and then ultimately a more appropriate treatment back to Pinckney Island. As part of that agreement, there was some consideration about $5 million to be allocated towards Stony, but this is what option one was in the plan. So option 6, which again is what I would call the default, would be SCDOT builds a new 2-lane like-for-like replacement bridge just slightly south of the existing bridges, and then removes this existing deficient bridge, the yellow one. So you're left with one that is approximately 45 years old, one new, and then the high spans over Skull Creek would remain until their useful life is reached and a new facility would be considered at that time. So important to note, and this was conveyed at the February workshop, was an accounting of the committed funds to the project as well as those that still remain on hand. The county, and I say county because in the county's $101 million is the local referendum, which is local funds, right? So it's $80 million of local referendum supported funding and $21 million committed toward the project from Beaufort County from impact fees to be used for safety and capacity improvements in this area. So $101 million from the county. SCDOT, leading into the February meeting, increased their contribution based on another estimate they received for the replacement of the Mackey Creek eastbound bridge. So they increased their contribution, and there was a commitment made from Secretary Justin Powell to increase that to $90.6 million. The town's commitment from day one has been in-kind donation of land needed to execute the project. And going back to the application to the SIB, it was a much larger project. There was an estimate on how much land was needed, and an estimate how much that land value would be. At the end of the day, if the town provides no land, an acre, 10 acres, the value of that contribution would be included in the cost of the project, but there would be no financial contribution. It would be an in-kind donation. And then the State Infrastructure Bank commitment, a grant of $120 million was made based on the application and the agreement that the county executed with the SIB based on pursuit of the larger project. Of the $300 and almost $15 million, if you take out the land because it's not cash, the county has indicated they've spent slightly more than $13 million toward engineering in pursuit of the NEPA process. There's about $298.5 million remaining for the project. All right, so that kind of catches us up through where we were at. So with that information, town council and Beaufort County worked collectively to approve a joint resolution. The joint resolution set out the terms and expectations to execute the project. And what I call the project was option 1 on that previous screen, now option 2. It was forwarded to the State Infrastructure Bank as well as SCDOT in advance of the March 31st deadline that they had provided. And then a request to the State Infrastructure Bank to review and provide a response was provided by the county. So last Monday, May 12th, the State Infrastructure Bank Board met. They reviewed the funding request, the funding allocation plan, and the request for reduced scope. They rejected the proposal at their meeting unanimously. They mentioned that there was conflict between the scope of work that was proposed through the joint resolution to the SIB, and it was in violation of the terms that were in the existing intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County. They mentioned that the town's contribution was misaligned. It was still showing $3.35 million, even though the monetary contribution was zero. Whatever it cost for the land, we were giving them. So we could have taken that out from the beginning from a clarification standpoint. That the reduced bridge scope, they were still being requested to contribute $120 million, and the reduced bridge scope was much less than what they thought they were signing up for. They mentioned it was unclear on the overruns in the intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County, between Beaufort County and the SIB. Beaufort County has understood, and it's been clear in that agreement, that Beaufort County is responsible for overruns on the project. I think based on the joint resolution, and I don't want to read too much into it, but I believe that the State Infrastructure Bank Board was questioning the order of the funding and if the commitment from the county for the overruns was still clear based on what was submitted in response to their request before March 31st. They cited they were missing some detail on construction schedule, and the SIB, through some additional conversation, was expecting an increased contribution from SCDOT and the county. And as I mentioned, that it violated the agreement as construction for the project in the IGA. It said it had to be commenced by 2024, and it had not yet started. So that was the SIB action that was taken on Monday, May 12th. And I'm providing this to you because the town wasn't necessarily invited to participate in all of these discussions, and I just want to make that known. But this was represented publicly by the county and shared last night. So on May 15th, county reps held a conference call with the chair of the infrastructure bank to discuss the proposal's rejection and potential next steps. And again, I think on the previous slide, it was talking about those points of clarity on why the Infrastructure Bank Board disapproved the proposal. On that same day, on May 15th, county representatives, along with Justin Powell with SCDOT, the Secretary of DOT, talked about alternatives in response to that SIB discussion. And then a special meeting was called of Beaufort County Council last night. We had attendance, I think almost everyone, maybe 6 of 7 council members were there, some town staff and members of the public. And this was presented, and then a discussion ensued. And what was discussed were now leading into what are the options in front of us for consideration. And these were posed to county council last night, who provided opportunity for input from our council members and mayor that were present. But option 1, which is the default, I would say the default option, would be to terminate the agreement with the State Infrastructure Bank, which would mean terminate and forego the grant funding that the State Infrastructure Bank had pledged previously for a larger project. It would be to collaborate with SCDOT to move forward with a sense of urgency to fix the deficient bridge over the eastbound Mackey Creek Bridge, as it's been on the deficient list, the watch list for some time. The county had recommended through discussion with SCDOT to, rather than a 2-lane like for like, to construct that new eastbound Mackey Creek Bridge with an additional 3rd lane to accommodate future corridor capacity needs. There was discussion about the funding for that 3rd lane, potentially coming out of that a portion of it coming out of that $80 million local referendum, sales tax referendum from 2018. And then utilize remaining sales tax funds for additional improvements between what the referendum identified as the limits of the project, Moss Creek through Squire Pope Road. Now, again, I want to make sure this $21 million was the impact fee in addition to the 80 from local referendum. But that was option 1. DOT, go fix your bridge. SIB, thank you, but no thank you for the money. And we'll figure out how to use the 80 million plus 21 in coordination with the county on other corridor improvements. So this is what it means from a funding availability. We'd have the funding available would be the 80 plus the 21 at the county. And then the South Carolina DOT committed 90 million, removing the land as if it was just a bridge replacement. We don't know any land needs until additional projects are identified. And then again, foregoing the 120 infrastructure bank money, which there's a projected project cost of 101 million. I think they said they had about, had some payments still due to toward the project. But it would leave somewhere around 90 million above project cost under this funding strategy. Option 2, as I mentioned, would be more in line with what the joint resolution recommended. It would be to pursue an amended IGA with the State Infrastructure Bank to address those items that they communicated to Beaufort County as reasons why they could not support the request on May 12th. And that was related to county funds. They would like the county to contribute more funds to the project. They'd like DOT to contribute more funds to the project. They also like the county to commit toward the project overruns should they occur on the project with some more clarity. And then they also made a request that the State Infrastructure Bank money be utilized last in the hierarchy of how the funding, that local funds, DOT and local funds would be spent first and SIB money last. And if there was any money remaining, that money would be refunded or provided back to the SIB, which was different than the joint resolution order in the funding allocation plan that county council and town council approved. Under this option, there's an opportunity to maintain the full $120 million commitment, which is needed to do the $300 million option. And then without that funding support, I think we'll be back to a default option, which is now 1. Because again, it didn't appear in the meeting last night that county council was committed to raise additional funds should the SIB funding be reduced and other local funding have to be pledged. And so that's where we're at. I do want to make mention that county council, after long discussion, I think they're very gracious to hear everyone's opinion. County council took action in support of option 2 last night to work on the items identified in this very first point to propose to the SIB an amended IGA to address the items that the SIB board conveyed to Beaufort County. There was a 30-day shot clock placed by Secretary Powell. We are now 4 days into that 30-day shot clock. So we have 27 days left. Beaufort County Council supported option 2. I think with an understanding if that doesn't work, they're probably resigned to option one. They have committed at their meeting last night to deliver to town council for consideration a amended intergovernmental agreement, or at least the terms for county council to consider in an amended intergovernmental agreement. And they committed to having that before county council on Tuesday of next week. And I forget the day, 27th? Is it the 27th? I can add 7 from today, right? 27th. And so I think next Tuesday, we'll know with certainty what the terms are and what the position of county council is in submitting that amended proposed terms to the SIB for consideration. Beyond that, I don't know when the SIB will act. I know that with Secretary Powell's 30-day shot clock, I can't do that math real quick, 27 days from now, but like June 16th is kind of the deadline where SCDOT has said, we need a decision on this project. So I hope I've conveyed why we're at where we're at, the action from the county, action from the other parties involved, and conveyed a path forward where more information should be available as early as 1 week. So, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
First of all, Kim, do we have anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
We do.
Okay,
Chet Williams. No.
he waves.
Okay, Skip Hoagland.
Excuse my hat, I'm wearing it for a reason. My simple take on the bridge, just let the state fix and pay for it. It will be nothing but like a stent for your heart, driving and shifting more traffic and tourists to the south end. Dead end, it's a dead end. And it will continue to adversely affect 38,000 residents with over 3 million.
The South Carolina Transportation Infrastructure Bank's board meetings of 24, in particular November 24. And if you then carry forward and look at the most recent board meeting, you'll see that the board has been very consistent. There are 4 projects they considered, despite what Senator Davis said, there were 4 projects. Charleston County, York County, Beaufort County, and Hardeeville. The board dealt with each applicant on a same basis, gave the same instructions, and gave the same notice. They did not give preferential treatment to Beaufort County. The one exception was Hardeeville. Mayor Williams presented an excellent proposal, and he started by saying, oh, by the way, we're shovel ready, okay? Which hit a resonance with the board, okay? Some time ago, an eminent lawyer said to me, lawyers are people who prefer the chase rather than the kill. And yesterday, we had a perfect example of that in the comments from Councillor Bryson and the comments from Senator Davis. The chairman of this South Carolina bank has been very explicit. He's given the same notice to Charleston, who came back and said, we can't do it, sir, sorry, and withdrew, which they confirmed in the May board meeting. Williams got a tick on the day in November. York County got bounced for the same reason. They couldn't satisfy the SIB. And Beaufort County is in exactly the same situation. Yesterday, we had something like 25 minutes of Senator Davis trying to restate history, and he got it wrong. Some of us have followed this project day in, day out, hours, read every document since 2018. Some of us attended every minute of the discussions in June 2024, 30 hours, okay? What he omitted to mention, deliberately omitted to mention, and not a single member of the Beaufort County mentioned it either, is the abject failure of the 2024 referendum. They only concentrated on the 2018 referendum because it served their purpose, okay? The municipal consent was granted in June 24 when you're all under a threat from Senator Davis. The threat was, if you didn't sign this by 5 p.m. today, then the environmental impact study is scrapped. Okay? Now, he said that the reason why we didn't break ground in 24 was all attributable to good public relations. That's absolute nonsense.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I
Cliff.
just come make one more comment?
We've got a lot of people signed up today,
Yeah,
sir.
I know.
It's a
One
long
more-
day.
One final comment. He knows full well you couldn't
Mr.
break
Cliff,
ground in
I need you
24
to stop,
because
please.
the federal
Mr. Cliff,
authorities
please
blocked
stop.
ground.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Please. Kim, is there anybody else signed up?
That's all on this item.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments from council?
I think the one thing to add, Mr. Cliff mentioned Senator Davis's information to the county council. There were 6 of us here. Mr. Alfred was traveling back from visiting with family, and we hope he had a great trip. I know he would have been there. But Senator Davis did point out that he thought there was possibility to renegotiate with the SIB. And he also pointed out that if not, then the county would be throwing away $120 million. In addition to that, if you look at the $80 million left from the 2018 referendum, the SCDOT only will build a 2-lane replacement bridge over Mackey Creek and wants the county to use a portion of that 80 million to build the 3rd lane because they really want to build 3-lane bridge in that span. And so if you take the 80 million and the estimate by County Engineer Jared Fralix was the 3rd lane, he doesn't have a cost estimate from SCDOT yet, but then it would be 30 to 50 million. So, but if SCDOT can, if we can use the SIP money of 220 million, the eastbound span could all be built, and there wouldn't be money taken out of the 80 million to add the 3rd lane. So Senator Davis said, in essence, you're giving away 170 million or leaving it on the table. So why not go back and try to renegotiate with the SIB? And I agreed with him on that. For that very reason, we have this 30-day shot clock, as Mr. Cullen has stated. It does run out on June 15, but Senator Davis committed that he would work with the SIB, and he had good conversation with Chairman White after the county meeting with the SIB and local delegation with the SIB. And he represented to us all there last night that Chairman White wants to do this project. The governor wants to do this project. We know the region needs this project. And so let's give it one more shot within that 30-day time period. And Chairman White committed to holding a special meeting to consider it. The fallback position is, and Mr. Cullen did a good job of explaining option 1 versus option 2, the new numbers. The fallback position is to build just that span over Mackey Creek. But then we're confronted with what happens to the 80 million. How much of it is left? As you may recall from the joint meeting between the county council and the town council, it was announced that SCDOT had forgotten $15 million in engineering costs. So I want to know where that money is coming from. Is it coming out of the 80 million? There's also a water relocation line issue. So what is left of the 80 million? So the plan is for there to be a special meeting with the SIB. The county is holding a meeting, as Mr. Collins said, next week to submit a new plan to the SIB. And we can hope that we can save the 120 million plus maybe 30 to 50 million. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess when you get to Pinckney Island. Thank you.
Right, Ms. Becker?
Well, first I wanted to thank you, Sean, for the detailed report, and you, I think, hit all the highlights of the evening. But there are a couple of things that, since the conversation has been taken up, and I don't want to delay the rest of the evening, but what I was hopeful for was that we finally got to a point where 12,000 people who had signed a petition were being heard, and that we were finally going to get the bridge that they requested, and that the safety issue with regard to the McKay Bridge was going to be satisfied by the state when it rebuilt it, and that the preservation of our unique island was well underway. And instead, what we got was returned to an effort to chase the $120 million that will take away all of the positive things that I think that this town has fought for the last 7.5 years. And in the end, we also heard loud and clear from the county, not all county members. I want to make sure that I'm clear. It was not a unanimous vote last night. We have Councilman Tom Reitz with us, and he voted against this, as well as the chair and others. And so I want to make sure that it's not assumed that it was all of county who did that. But they did make it clear with their vote last night that Hilton Head is not part of the discussion. That's what I heard. And that was a big disappointment, because that hurts us all. So in an effort to protect and preserve our island, and to do the will of 12,000 plus people who have asked us to stop a mega bridge and to continue to seek a safe corridor in intersections within our town limits, I thought we were at a good place. And I hope that the light that shines down and puts barriers in front of things that should not be will continue to be listened to. And in the end, we will have the bridge that that preserves our island in the best way, yet provides safety for us all. And that's really what I wanted to say. It was a huge disappointment. It was a huge disappointment last night. And I would like to thank the 5 members who told the county that's where we collectively stood. Thank you all for doing that. I wish they had listened to us.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred.
As Ms. Bryson indicated, I was not at the meeting last night. I was on my way back from Los Angeles, where I was visiting my 4- and 6-year-old great-grandchildren. That was more fun. We find ourselves in a very, very unfortunate situation, and there's a lot of flailing about to try to do the best we can with what is a bad situation. I think attempting to negotiate further with SIB makes a lot of sense, but if we get to the situation where we have to consider the possibility of the SCDOT going ahead with fixing only that one span, but wanting to do 3 lanes, I no longer think that that makes any sense. We have a safety and a traffic flow problem. As I view it, that is, the difficulties occur in 3 different areas, only one of which is the bridge. The other are some intersections on the island, and the third part is in Bluffton, where I have observed a very extensive traffic delays. Putting in a 3rd lane on a bridge that is going to then go back into 2 lanes does not increase safety in my mind. You're still going to have that jam up. The SCDOT is thinking at a point in the future that's much too far away for any of us to contemplate as to when the rest of those bridges would be replaced. So that money doesn't do anything because it'll get striped as 2 lanes. So it does absolutely nothing. It has no safety benefits and it has no traffic flow benefits. We need to have that money spent on the island, on our intersections, and hopefully Beaufort County would do something on their side.
Mr. Desmond.
Let's look at it logically. We all wanted both spans to be replaced at some point, be it two lanes each way or be it 3 lanes each way, and that didn't happen. We didn't get there. So logically, now we're looking at them replacing 1 span of the 4 spans. And as Mr. Alfred said, it's not logical, makes no sense to run 3 lanes back into 2 lanes or build a 3-lane bridge that you're going to stripe to 2 lanes and leave it for 25 years until the next span needs replaced. It's bad money after good, or good money after bad, how you say that. But so when you really look at this 3 months ago, once these options all changed for us, I told everyone, and I think I made an announcement in a meeting, that our best as a community, our best application to move forward on is is just to allow SCDOT to repair our bridge and/or replace that span on their own, spend no money, and reclaim the $80 million. What's the problem with our traffic flow on this island is not just the bridge, it's the corridor. It's the way the corridor is built and the lighting of the corridor. That's the issue. And to fix that, I did some numbers and some estimates, kind of in the line of work that I've been doing for 40 years. I estimate we need about $52 million in the corridor to get this work done. We're not gonna have the money. We're not gonna find the money. We're not gonna raise the money unless they go with option one and we retrieve the $80 million or some portion of the $80 million to work on the corridor. I applaud Senator Davis. He did a fantastic job, but sometimes when you hit the wall, you hit the wall. And I really don't see moving forward with their option two that they did last night against the majority will of this council to be a benefit for our citizens. And I certainly hope that they refuse it and we go back to option one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Sean, what's the expectation for information coming back from the county, SIB, DOT? We know that next Tuesday, they're gonna bring their resolution to county council, get it to State Infrastructure Bank as quick as they can, but we don't know about a meeting that's set up with the SIB, and then we've got the time clock being controlled by SCDOT. So, I'm just kind of putting some facts out there real quick, but just to make certain that you report back to all of us as to what transpires, what's received, so that we can in turn get that information back out to the public.
Yes, sir. And I know Senator Davis committed to help with the timeline between last night's meeting and the 30-day shot clock to make sure that SCDOT and the SIB would be able to coordinate to have a decision. We will communicate in real time as much as possible as new information becomes available. The SIB does not have what I think is a regular meeting schedule. So it's not like, hey, we're going to get on their June 10th scheduled meeting. As you know, the May 12th meeting popped up very late, with very late notice. And so I'll make sure to let council know when there is a position and resolution on any dates for the SIB to meet and provide any direction on the revised IGA, as well as any other correspondence that we get from Senator Davis or the county. All
right, Mr. Orlando.
And I fully intend to follow up with Mr. Moore. I haven't today. Give him a day to make sense of everything. I'll follow up with Mr. Moore, County Administrator Michael Moore, and then report back to you. It's really his defining the path forward and going back to the table with the State Infrastructure Bank to see where we're at. I'm sure I'll hear something pretty soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just a quick thing for the record. I think it's important that we note there was absolutely no vote by this town council last night. Thank you.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Now we will move on to the second and final reading of the consideration of an ordinance to amend the Town of Hilton Head Island budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. To provide for the budget appropriations of the land acquisition and certain other appropriations and commitments and the expenditures of certain funds. To allocate the sources of revenue for the said funds and to provide for severability and effective date. This was approved at the first reading on May 6th with a unanimous vote. Ms. Burnett, there you are.
Good afternoon, Town Council, Town Manager. It's kind of hard to follow a discussion like the bridge, but this is a second reading to amend the 2025 budget amendment. Nothing has changed since last time we talked. There's only one thing that I want to bring to your attention. We did receive, after the first reading, we received a contribution from Beaufort County for $993,000. So we deposited the money in our real estate transfer fee fund. Other than that, the land acquisition, the amount is still the same. and I'm requesting the council to approve the 2025 budget amendment.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Yes.
So I just had a procedural question on that, since we did receive monies back from Beaufort County. Is there a budget adjustment for that piece as well?
There's no budget amendment for the actually contribution that we received, other than for the portion that we spent and that we were not expecting to hit the 2025 budget. So there's nothing to do on the contribution itself.
Okay. Kim, did anybody sign up to speak on this agenda item?
We do, we have two.
Okay.
Chet Williams
He passes.
and Skip Hoagland.
He is not in the room at the moment.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. No, no comment. Hang on one second. Mr. Hoagland, you were called to speak on the budget amendment item, if you so wish to still do so.
My comment, okay. Love to. First, I ask council to vote in favor of doing an independent DOJ forensic audit on our annual budget and our year-end audit. This hiring cannot be connected to our town manager, lawyers, or mayor who have been accused of either unethical or criminal misconduct. Instead, I suggest we put the women on this council in charge of finding and hiring the DOJ-type forensic audit firm to begin, specifically Ms. Becker, Bryson, and Tunner. May I recommend a firm from Charleston called the Quick Group, comprised of former FBI forensic audit experts. We do not have this talent locally, and this would assure a totally independent review. Further, I suggest these councilwomen would be in charge of setting up a permanent DOJ finance committee made up of 5 local retired volunteer CPAs that control all our accounting, our budgets, our audits, our contracts, procurement bids, and make available to all taxpayers under FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. Alex Brown in charge of a finance committee is similar to me running a beauty salon. It's not going to work. From this day forward, the DOJ committee would be in charge of assuring all funds, contracts, budgets, year-end audits, procurement bids, and legal fees are properly reviewed to assure this money is spent legally, properly, and fully accounted for, not the town employees who will just do their job. We now have fully proven the South Carolina Accommodation Tax Code is drafted illegally and it's in violation of federal law. Our current hired DMO cannot be an IRS 501-C6 nonprofit chamber or CVB. It must be a for-profit ad agency, a local media, newspaper, tourist magazine, or run in-house. So this council's illegal chamber funding with no procurement laws must end. Very disturbing is Perry's comments about reviewing the chamber's finance and our lawyers Coltrane, Alford, Finger, and Gruber drafting illegal fraudulent DMO contracts and Mark Orlando's illegal actions is all reason enough to audit. Imagine what we don't know. The DOJ Finance Committee will end this. Perry, when asked how he feels about the chamber using $2.5 million in annual tax dollars without having to show invoices and receipts, Perry said, okay, I'm okay with the chamber is operating. I don't need to see transparency from like Mayor Bennett did. He didn't feel a need to grind down on every invoice. Is this the type mayor, leadership, and lawyers we want to control our tax funds? Not me. Not in my book.
Thank you.
That's all.
So, any other comments from council? All right, seeing none. All those, we've got a motion by Ms. Bryson, second by Ms. Becker. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Up next, we have the second and final reading of a consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head authorizing the execution of a lease purchase agreement for fire trucks. This was approved at first reading on May 6th with unanimous vote. Ms. Burnett.
Again, this is the second reading. Last time I was here, this is for a consideration of the town to enter into a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement for the financing of town-owned fire trucks. last time I was here, you asked me to update section 3, page 2 of the ordinance. So I have done that. So the ordinance now reads, the proceeds of the lease agreement shall be used for the acquisition of the fire trucks. There are no other changes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Is anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
No, sir.
No? Okay, thank you. Discussion from council? All right, seeing none, we have a first by Mr. Alfred, second by Ms. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0. Excuse me. Under new business, we have consideration of a resolution adopting a housing displacement mitigation support plan. The Home Matters, the Town of Hilton Head Island Displacement Mitigation Support Plan was forwarded to the Community Services and Public Safety Committee for review and consideration on March 17th, 2025. Following review, the committee voted 2-1 to deny adopting the document, sent it back to the Housing Action Committee for further discussion and work with the Housing Action Committee on where the document should live. We have Sean Leininger here to address. Mr. Leininger.
Good afternoon, Mayor Perry, members of Town Council, Sean Leininger, Assistant Town Manager. Mayor Perry, before I begin and review this resolution, I'd like to take a few minutes and talk about a larger issue related to this topic. As we know, there's a lot of attention around this item, around the workforce housing program. And I want to address this directly as your Assistant Town Manager, especially having direct oversight over several departments and operational programs, including housing and planning. First, let me acknowledge the frustration. We hear it, we feel it, we understand it. That said, we also recognize that the delay in advancing the housing displacement mitigation support program has caused uncertainty. We also know that this document is not the entirety of our housing strategy. It is a tool and is part of a broader, aggressive effort to meet this housing challenge in our community. This plan has gone through multiple layers of refinement. It was drafted by our chief housing official. It was also drafted by our planning director and with and through the Housing Action Committee work group. It was then recommended by the Housing Action Committee in December. We had a live test of the draft plan with an actual displacement event shortly after that recommendation by the Housing Action Committee. As a result of that test, we went back and made further amendments through the Housing Action Committee in February to introduce the United Way as the fiduciary lead partner in the structure of the document. That amended document was then forwarded to the CSPS committee in March, which then, as Mary Perry mentioned, was moved back to the Housing Action Committee for further discussion and to work on where the document should live. Specifically, in discussing that motion, the CSPS committee requested that this not be a town document, but rather a community responsibility to implement, and that the town's role be focused and clearly defined. Additionally, it was recommended that the voluntary displacement mitigation questionnaire be removed from the plan in its current form and instead restructured as a template and a resource for voluntary use by the community partners. Once again, that plan was returned to the Housing Action Committee, where it was recommended for town council approval here this evening by a 6-2 vote after much consideration and discussion. 1 year ago, today, on this very day, I walked into town hall and began my journey as an employee and as a resident of this community. It was clear to me, it was as clear to me then as it is now, that advancing a housing strategy in this community is a top priority. My very first day, my first meeting was on the North Point site, meeting with the town leadership and the developer of the North Point development, 1 Street. Regarding that larger housing strategy, under town council's leadership and direction, we are pushing forward, among other programs we are advancing, the North Point redevelopment project, the public-private partnership that we've all worked so hard to form. You're going to hear about that here this evening. It's the next 2 items on your agenda this evening. It was a vision that was initiated and created with guidance of past and current council and mayor. Town staff tested the idea, we bid out the idea, we vetted the proposals, we worked with the North Point Public-Private Partnership Advisory Committee. I believe some of the members are here in the audience here this afternoon. We then established a development agreement. We worked with our development partner in doing so. We cleared design and development and permitting hurdles during some of the most turbulent times in our market and over the last year. We also have recently received a much-awaited for coastal zone consistency permit from the state of South Carolina. That's a process that took 7 months. We started that process back in September and we received it in April of this year. Surveying, engineering, architectural work is already well underway. Our development partner, One Street, has invested nearly $1 million into the project today. Soon, town council will review the ground lease. They'll establish that initial 65-year lease term that'll create workforce housing on the project or on the property for 60% to 150% of the area median income. We're on track for site plan and architectural approvals in the coming months, and we'll have groundbreaking by the end of the year. In total, there'll be 157 new units in that neighborhood of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Most importantly, you have to work on the Hilton Head Island to live in that neighborhood. It is truly workforce housing. This is real progress, and it is all aligned with your directive. We've also acquired the Bryant Road track, and we've also advanced the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. Less than 2 years ago, we acquired Bryant Road, the 7-acre site, for $4 million. The terms of the RFQ to find a public-private partnership are drafted for your review. In the FY26 budget, there is $1 million to help support this workforce housing project. We have been anxiously waiting to bring that forward to you while we are committed to the North Point neighborhood project, among a whole host of other priorities outside of the housing focus. We have full pre-planning, housing and density analysis, and a site assessment completed. For the Bryant Road track, we know the site structure investment, starting with stormwater, and that's an area in that neighborhood that has been ignored, and several areas flood due to runoff that was created by other unmitigated development in the past. Other focus areas in the Muddy Creek neighborhood will be on sidewalks, traffic calming, pedestrian safety, and neighborhood connectivity. That project, when complete, will deliver home ownership opportunities, support neighborhood character, and most importantly, will improve the quality of life while being intentional not to gentrify the area and support the long-term residents of the community. We've also partnered with Habitat for Humanity. We prepared and executed a funding agreement and transferred $500,000 to Habitat. Habitat in turn used that $500,000 to acquire a site on Spanish Wells Road. We are actively working with Habitat on supporting the site and building plan development, and that's in line with the agreement that we all executed. We propped up a home repair and sewer connection program. And as doing that, we've invested approximately $1.6 million in safe and dry home repair projects. And we did that one family at a time, one home at a time, and at about $15,000 per project. Our customer service team, our planning team, our building inspectors, they led the family interactions. They did the safety assessments, they did the bidding, and they did the contract management. And in the contract management, we hired local contractors to execute that work. We mirrored that model for a lateral sewer connection program and directed that into certain neighborhoods. We are almost out of funds, but stay tuned as we are seeking grants that will align with our program goals and continue those programs moving forward. We've also made an organizational commitment to housing. We brought on a chief housing officer over a year ago. And while he has since then taken a position to move back home, his departure does not stop the work or the momentum. The program is established and it continues to operate. And for the time being, Mark, Thomas Boxley, who's here in the audience, and I fully commit to seeing this program move forward over the next several months. We are working through a housing dashboard that will identify workforce housing units and develop a housing attainability index to track impacts of rising prices and wage gaps. And look for this dashboard to be complete in August, if not sooner, in time for your workshop in July. And finally, in addition to all the projects that the town's working on to advance, we are also working with private developers to support workforce housing initiatives. These include projects like the Sea Pines Housing, the Islanders Mixed Use Project on Office Park, We're working with Hilton Head Hospital to advance workforce housing initiatives and other similar projects around the community that support medical, educational, and service industries that serve our community. To be clear, and the reason for this, I want to make sure everybody understands that the town's housing program has not stalled. We are doing much more than we ever have in the short time of our town. It is active, it is evolving, and I believe it's making tangible progress on multiple fronts. The plan before you today is a response to a request to have a defined structure to respond quickly and fairly to displacement. It has been tested, it has been refined, and it has been amended as directed. We are not shying away from the concern that this is not already in place. And I thank you for allowing me an opportunity to address you. And I'll pause there, Mayor, before we get into the meat of the resolution.
Yeah, Sean, thank you. What a beautiful summation. If my math is correct, it's about $8.6 million that has been put into housing opportunities. Pretty strong. I don't think the issue today is the plan. I think it's the angst of where council stands in supporting a plan. And I want to ask council to think about where we stand together on housing. We have a workshop coming up July 29th. We need to be open and honest about our discussions on where we stand with housing and how we're going to move forward to make certain we're doing the right thing for our community. There's a lot more conversations that we need to have when it comes to housing, including daycare, including employees, including a reduction in student population. These are all things that we have to have a conversation about openly and freely and respectfully. John, you've done an amazing job. And I support staff. I support the decision of the Housing Action Committee. And I support the document that's in front of us. Is it perfect? It's not for me to say. It is the first that we have of its kind. Can we revise it? When time is right, when needed, yes. Possibly, if that's the will of council. But I do challenge us to think about this so that when we come together in July, the end of July, we can have these open and honest discussions. Mr. Orlando, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I think Sean said it best. You know, the urgency's there. There are many plates spinning, and I'm very aware that we need to complete some things before we start some others, right? North Point, we've been hearing for a while. We've first reading tonight. I hope everybody stays and listens to that, because I have asked Ben to provide some clarity on the project, not just the zoning. This is important to me, this program. I think it's something that we all started together. We made some investments in. And what I keep seeing on the staff's end, I don't want to say staff, on Sean's end, he's an assistant town manager, on Thomas Boxley's end. I just want to commit to you all, there's a staff here that truly, truly cares. I think that sometimes the progress or perfection gets in the way of the progress. And I'll admit there's some lessons learned with this displacement plan, not from the staff's end as we develop it. But at the same time, we are, I assure you, working on many things: planning, community development, Gullah Geechee Community Development Corporation, capital projects, public policy. I just ask for a little bit of grace as Sean gets through his presentation. We know there's two plans. There's the original, and Sean will walk through that, and the marked up document, and the document that came out of Housing Action Committee a few days ago. So appreciate you all. I appreciate this guy standing in front of us here.
All right, thank you. Let's keep moving.
So the request before you this afternoon is to consider a resolution that will adopt a housing mitigation support plan. The reason we're all here is because we talked about this is in 2023 when we established the Town Council Strategic Action Plan for 2023 through 2025. Specifically, there's a focus area, right-sized infrastructure, that talks specifically to workforce housing. Strategy 2 is implement the workforce housing framework. I will not read to you everything that's up on that screen, but specifically what came out of this is in 2024, as part of the work plan and further defining the strategic plan, Town Council directed staff to develop the Housing Displacement Mitigation Support Plan. So we went to work based on that directive. We worked with our Housing Action Committee and developed a plan that ultimately came back to Town Council for consideration here this evening. I walked you through a little bit of the history already. Housing Action Committee first made their first recommendation back in December on this topic. We did unfortunately have an event where we had to put the plan to test. When we put it to test, there were some additional modifications that I've already alluded to that need to be made. Housing Action Committee went and made those changes and forwarded the document that you see here. Bear with me while I switch screens here. Forwarded this document to the CSPS for consideration in March. So this document is very much a town-branded document. You can see the table of contents. It's a very short document that just really gets into laying out the roles and responsibilities of everybody who's involved in this. There is a significant amount of background as a town document about our town policies and procedures, whether it's strategic action plan, whether it's finding home. There is significant conversation about town processes and how displacement events can be identified. But really at the heart of it, what it gets into is how do we react, how do we respond to a displacement event? And that's where the roles and responsibilities are established. There's really three key partners, and thank you to our partners that have been alongside of us through this, the community response team. The Deep Well Project is the lead partner. They are the main point of contact when there is a displacement event. The town can generally be the person, in a lot of cases, maybe the person that notifies the agency that notifies Deep Well of a displacement event, but it could come from other sources as well. The Deep Well Project then works with the Community Foundation of the Low Country as the fiscal agent. Think of them as the fundraiser. And then the United Way of the Low Country is the fiduciary lead partner. They are the money manager. Think of it in that standpoint. And then between all of these agencies, particularly Deep Well, they have a whole host of other resources that they can call upon to help support people that are in the process of being displaced if they want to have help. Whether it's housing, legal, financial, you see the listed here on the screen. Then has a role, it talks in more detail about each one of each person's role, which I generally just summarized in how they process that. And this was the document that was ultimately advanced. I'm sorry, there's also a voluntary mitigation support questionnaire that was included as part of this document as well. And that was what was forwarded to CSPS. At the CSPS committee in March, they did move the plan back for the reasons that I noted, but generally they requested that this not be a town document. It'd rather be a community responsibility to implement, and that the town's role be clearly focused and defined. I mentioned we also talked about the this questionnaire that's up here on the screen. How is that made more of a sample, an example, and how are the questions simplified? So we then went, based on that feedback that we received from CSPS, this is a track changes, or as best we can create a track changes given how the document was created. This is a track changes showing what those...
Mayor, do we have a copy of this document showing track changes? This is the first I've seen it. Do we have a copy of it?
It was not part of the packet.
Okay, thank you.
So the changes that are shown here, there is a new title page. Again, to remove the branding, that is that this is a Town of Hilton Head document. So we removed all logos, simply changed the title to a Housing Displacement Mitigation Support Plan, left it as an unbranded document from not just the Town of Hilton Head Island, but also from any of the partners. The acknowledgement section was not removed, it was relocated, and you'll see that on the next page, it actually see on the next document. And then really the table of contents and the heart of the document remain unchanged. And one thing that we did is we felt that the process, as we went back through the document and made these other changes that were requested, the process wasn't very well spelled out. So we added a whole section on the response and coordination structure, and I'll share with that you here in a second. So if I just kind of scroll through the changes, again, a lot of these are strike-throughs to remove the town branding from the document. Finding home. We had to, of course, add some text to help fill the text back in. This talked a lot about town development review processes. And then here were our roles and responsibilities. Generally, this stayed unchanged, with one note that we really just focused in on the community response team because the town's only role in this was a notification role. But the same partners are involved, the same services are provided, and the same process remains intact with this document. Most notably, then this is the point that I want to spend at least a minute on, just because we haven't talked about what happens when there is a displacement event. What's the response? This lays that out. First and foremost, there's an identification of a displacement event. As I mentioned before, that's very well and most likely will be from the town through a redevelopment activity or some other activity where the town is made aware. We then will activate, the town will activate the community response team through a communication with the Deep Well project. The Deep Well project then gets their team activated and starts to coordinate support services. They then, as they start to get funding requests, work with their funding partners, with the United Way of the Low Country, the Community Foundation of the Low Country, and they work through service requests and service deliveries. They have communication and coordination. The town is certainly involved in that communication and coordination. And then there's ongoing coordination and monitoring that takes place. So those are the changes that went back to the Housing Action Committee after the CSPS meeting. And then ultimately, this is a clean version of the document. And to Councilman Bryson's point, this is the document that is in your packet because this is a document that was recommended for approval by the Housing Action Committee as recommended to be modified by the CSPS committee.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but did the Housing Action Committee receive a copy of the red line and blue line document?
No.
I don't think so. Thank you.
I do not believe so. Ultimately, and I can walk you through in more detail as part of the conversation if we want to see specific sections in more detail. But really, I just want to close with ultimately that this plan represents a coordinated community approach to addressing housing displacement on Hilton Head Island. It was developed through collaboration and refined based on Housing Action and CSPS committee feedback. The recommended plan clearly defines the town role, empowering a structured network of partners to respond effectively to displacement events. And I think most importantly, since this has been put to a live test, we know it works and has already improved how we communicate with our community partners in the community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lonica, thank you. Start with take a breath.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, you can take a seat because the comments that I'm going to make and the questions that I have are going to be above your pay grade.
Do we need to make a motion first?
Can I make these comments, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, because
All right.
I think they're going to be relevant to whatever motion may come out of this. I appreciate your comments to start, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, we have uncertainty in our community when it comes to this topic. And I appreciate you taking a leadership role and sort of get back to the basics. We've got a comprehensive plan that speaks to housing. We've adopted a finding home guide. That's us. And we agreed to put in place a housing action committee. We even talked about this at strategic planning workshop and agreed that it was still one of our top priorities. If there's some of us on council that don't agree that it's a top priority, and we need to say that and not disrupt the process so that full council can take action on items that have been identified that we need to move forward. I would offer, Mr. Mayor, that I've got a question about this plan. I'm going to pose it to Mr. Orlando, and I'm going to like it to our disaster recovery plan, okay? If we have a disaster, we've got a plan as to what we're going to do. And if I'm not mistaken, in that plan, the town is not taking full responsibility of everything, but instead, we are a facilitator. Make sure that FEMA's doing what they need to do, Red Cross is doing what they need to do, and so on. So where does this plan live, is my question.
Where does this plan live upon adoption?
Yes.
It would really live at many levels of our organization. Mine, Sean's, planning director, CDC, housing. As a point person, who typically, up until a couple weeks ago, lived with the chief housing officer, excuse me. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Where does it live? It lives throughout the organization.
That's the point. So if I was a good developer and decided that I want to do a project on Hilton Head that could potentially lead to displacement, I could do some homework and some research and find this plan somewhere on the town's website so that we know what it is that can be employed to make sure that we don't have this catastrophe. Is that correct?
Right.
That's where we're going?
To answer your question more simpler, yes, it would be on our website with an array of our other guiding documents.
Okay. So to the motion, Mr. Mayor, I think there's some components that we need to discuss as a council. Yes, this came to a subcommittee of council and was directed back to staff, but it did not have the opportunity for full town council to make some suggestions, okay? So as I read the revised document, right in the executive summary, it starts with Hilton Head Island. I'm concerned as why it does not say the town of Hilton Head Island. When we say we send it back to have it be more of a community effort, well, I'm confused. Aren't we the community? Every time we reference the town of Hilton Head, we are at the top. I'm confused at who this community is. I thought it was the town. As far as the notification role, again, when you look at this plan, it makes no reference to the town of Hilton Head. So how do we know that a developer that wants to do good business on the town of Hilton Head knows that the town is a true partner in this, okay? So I've got three things that I want to put on the table here for discussion as far as the motion is concerned. One is that the town of Hilton Head wording be incorporated in the executive summary so we know that we are in this. The town is displayed as a partner in the roles and responsibilities. I'm not suggesting that the organizational chart be changed and the town go back up at the top, but I think we need to be listed as a partner. And to my point earlier, this has to live somewhere. Folks have to know that we are here to help with our community partners. It'll be lived on our website. Those are my comments before the motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Bryson.
After hearing Mr. Brown's description, I would ask for the original plan to be put back up on the screen. Thank you. I have reviewed the plan prepared by and recommended by the Housing Action Committee, which was submitted to the Community Service Public Safety Committee on March 17, 2024. That is this plan in front of us. I have reviewed the plan which town staff revised and presented to the committee on May 14. I have reviewed the video of that meeting. I wasn't able to be there due to another commitment, and of the meeting of the Community Services Public Safety Committee on March 17, 2025. I have reviewed the agendas and minutes of the Housing Action Committee on this issue for the times I wasn't able to be there. with the leadership of the Housing Action Committee, town staff, and community organizations as partners. The plan recommended by the Housing Action Committee in February 2025 was carefully developed and tested with scenarios, tabletop scenarios. 3 key partners stepped up to work with the town and pledged to take key roles: Deepwell, Community Foundation of the Low Country, and the United Way. The town is a key partner in that plan, and the revised plan has the town abandoning that community partnership, effectively closing the door on its participation and turning its back on those 3 organizations. In my view, that is disrespectful, unwarranted, and a show of lack of leadership by the town when facing a vital issue which greatly affects our community and its future. I know I see Sandy Gillis has come here tonight, and I did listen carefully, so I won't misquote her. Sandy Gillis is the executive director of Deepwell and a member of the Housing Action Committee. She said at the meeting of that committee on May 14, quote, "Having a partner like the town to help me in that process would be huge." She also said that, quote, "She was not sure that one nonprofit or even a greater coalition of nonprofits is going to have the oomph to get the right people to the table," end quote. As a member of the town council, my role includes leadership in facing key issues and honoring community partners with committed partnership. I cannot and will not support the abandonment of the efforts of the Housing Action Committee and our community partners. We have seen the effectiveness of the town as a partner when town actively participated in recent displacement events. You remember Chimney Cove in 2022. In the case of Chimney Cove, the community stood up, and the town council led with creation and adoption of Finding Home with its 4 pillars. Recently, Diamond Cove in 2025, the town worked with Deepwell in employing the original plan submitted by the Housing Action Committee, and it resulted in success stories. The town should not and must not step back from its key role with valued community partners. In his statement about his resignation from the Housing Action Committee, former Chair Jack Alderman gave the following 3 examples of delay of the committee's efforts for 2 years and counting: displacement plan, communications plan, and request for qualification for Bryant Road. With the resignation of the chair and vice chair of the committee last week, and another resignation just yesterday, and 2 town staff members who work with the Committee on Workforce Housing, it is very clear that the Housing Action Committee has not received the support and respect which they should have been given. The buck, figuratively and literally, stops here with this leadership on the dais. Workforce housing is a strategy in the current 2023-2025 strategic plan. That is the current plan. It is also a strategy for the 2025-2027 strategic plan as developed by the town council at our 2-day workshop in late February of this year. As you might guess, I'm extraordinarily frustrated with the lack of forward-thinking, support, funding, action, and now with the disrespect for the Housing Action Committee and our community partners. I apologize to you all. For all of these reasons, Mayor, I move adoption of the original displacement mitigation support plan recommended by the Housing Action Committee as now shown on the screen, and all of us have received a copy of it. And I would ask for a second.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Alfred. Kim, do we have anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Mayor, with due respect to the public, I do want to make a comment since it's been afforded to other people sitting on the dais prior to a motion having been made, which is out of process and procedure. Process and procedures are important. And we'll address that, I'm sure, as we go along this evening through this debate. But I do want to point out the comments made by my colleagues and the dramatic language and fashion in which they were delivered. And I would suggest to many people that you go back and watch the videotape because the comments aren't consistent with the past. I would also suggest that while we continue to push forward that discussion about resignations and then associate 2 resignations by staff to this housing action conversation, it's not my understanding that there were 2, that one was separate from the other. And while that may be a small matter, facts matter. And to add to that dramatic presentation, I think we should clarify some of that. One of the other things that I'd like to clarify for the town is to step back a moment and to commend this town council and best town councils that I've been a part of. You heard a list of the many public contributions to housing that have been made over the last 6.5 years that I've been here. All positive steps forward. And in many of our minds, it's not necessarily the public's responsibility to step in and solve all problems. In fact, it's the preference that the private sector does such. And you heard a small list of those private sector companies, like the Surge Group, and I see Mr. Wolf back in the background there, and I want to commend his company for the private work that they've done with regard to housing, and the hospital, and Ed Flynn, and J.R. Richardson, and others. I believe there's one right here nearby, 36, that was just developed, all on private dollars, all workforce housing, all contributing to solving the problems that everyone seems to be so attuned to and passionate about. But interestingly enough, when this document first came to the Housing Action Committee and was being presented, one partner in the community stood up and said, oh, whoa, while I was interested and helpful during the Chimney Cove issue that came about a couple of years ago, I was doing that as a sole individual. My parishioners would not be happy with me if I were to be a lead agency or part of this. And you will notice, as a fact, that within the original and the second document, that organization's name nor that person's name exists. So while a lot of people would like to talk and point fingers and push the entire responsibility into the government, they themselves won't take that on. So while I'm not here to take up all of our time, since it was afforded to others, and since I listened patiently, and I will continue to, and I have supported workforce housing since the day I sat here as a council representative, I also expect honesty, forthcoming from everyone, and I expect the private sector to step up and to help out, and the government to take a second seat to that. And I encourage the private sector to do that, and I'll work with them in every way possible to continue to help them provide workforce housing without the government's assistance nor their money.
Any other comments before I open it up for public comment?
Yeah, one more, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to hear Councilwoman Becker say she's going to support housing. I got a few things listed here that we can do in the near future. One.
Excuse me, we're not going to do this,
Okay,
Mayor, are we?
no,
Because I think
no,
it's highly
let's-
inappropriate, disrespectful, uncalled for, and out of line, and should be censored.
Come on. Kim, I will open it up for public comment at this point in time.
Chet Williams,
They'll pass.
Risa Prince,
Good afternoon. I used to come and speak to you guys pretty regularly. It's interesting to be back and essentially to find ourselves in the same place. Years ago, I spoke to council about workforce support and how without a robust workforce, any economic or financial analyst would foresee a worsening island economy as fewer people will commute here, especially with the extensive growth that is happening in Hardeeville and Okatee. Many of us are worried about the long-term viability of this town if no workforce support can be expected. It's more than just housing. It includes transportation and childcare and healthcare and infrastructure. There's been no progress towards a comprehensive plan, but we still can't wait for that. Despite Mr. Leininger's progress report, the real measure of progress is how many more working people who want to live here are living here due to town action. We know that there are people who lose their island homes every time a lease renewal comes up. Every month increases the gap between the housing that island workers have and the demand for island housing. Those of us who have advocated for housing solutions recognize the easiest first step is for people who already live on the island be able to continue to live here. The idea of a displacement plan has been on the table for at least 4 years. For those of you who may not have considered your role recently, the current White House website defines the role of municipalities as, quote, taking responsibility for parks and recreation, police and fire departments, housing, emergency medical services, municipal courts, transportation, and public works. There's a large group of us who are here today supporting workforce. I would appreciate it if you'd all stand at this moment. Council members, we represent your constituents. We are your constituents. Please listen to us and demonstrate your commitment to your elected role of municipal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. President. Kim?
June Wilkins.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Orlando, thanks. I just want to clarify that when I asked for my name to be removed, I just didn't want my personal name and my congregation's name to be on the planning document, because I can't promise that I'll be there forever. And I can't promise that my congregation will then have the same mission as we can promise that Deep Well and United Way will have their mission. Just to clarify that, I will, of course, be involved going on and take responsibility for that. When the Chimney Cove crisis began in August of 2022, we were caught by surprise. We knew it might happen, but it was still a surprise when it actually happened. Sandy Gillis from Deep Well and I went into action. And the response from the Hilton Head community was great. And it showed us that Hilton Head cares for its people. No matter where they're from or what their economic status is, we care for our people. And I think that the response from the community led to the stopping of the redevelopment and Chimney Cove being saved, which I think most of us agree is a good thing. And in response to that crisis, the town of Hilton Head flew into action too. We had a framework for workforce housing, and it was clear from that the town cared for its people too, no matter where they're from or what their economic status. One of the things that framework had in it was a displacement strategy, to have a plan that the town and the community would follow if and when this kind of displacement of citizens would happen again, whether or not Sandy and I were here. Somebody could follow that. That was 2 years ago, and we still don't have a displacement strategy. That is incredibly slow, and I work for the church, an institution that is not known for its lightning fast decision-making. This kind of delay gives the impression that the town doesn't worry as much about our people as much as we worry about offending developers. And when we talk about housing displacements, we are talking about people and people's lives and their well-being. Now, in the original displacement strategy, I was disappointed that there was no money being spent by the town in the case of displacement, and there were no mandates, no policy about how developers should behave if they were displacing a large group of people from our island, and that most of the activity was put on the shoulders of community nonprofits who are already stretched just to keep up with everyday needs. But now this revised plan has taken out all mention of the town, all responsibility of the town's action, all mention of the town staff is removed, and the town insignia is removed. And the questionnaire to potential developers who would displace our people is shortened and fully optional. But at least this plan is better than nothing, right? When you stall and block and kick this can down the road like this, you make it look like the town is not dedicated to workforce housing. And it seems like you want to leave the direction of housing on Hilton Head and the care for our people up to the developers.
Thank you, Pastor June.
Thank you.
Yep.
Renee Roth.
Renee Roth, 31 Ensis Road. Ladies and gentlemen, I read the article about the Workforce Housing Committee. I was very upset to see that some council members did not see the importance of the Workforce Housing Initiative and the displacement recommendations, both of which were required by previous council vote. The most disturbing to me was the concern of two council members that the 19 questions to be asked of possible developers was too hard for the developers and asking too much of them. This from the members who also say that the island has too much development. Maybe more questions of developers would help that problem too. We all have chosen to live here. Many of us live in places that have been developed. We need tourism and the dollars that brings, and we need workers to support that tourism for us all to have the kind of lives we have chosen. What will the island be like when no one wants to work here? We need to support all the people on the island, those that have and those that do not have. I am asking you to accept the original report and vote for the original displacement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roth.
Sandy West.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make some brief comments, and I have some more broad comments to offer during the general comments later in the agenda. I just would like to comment about this displacement plan because that was supposed to be the topic, not all the things that have preceded, although I love the advertisement that was provided and it was helpful. The Community Services and Public Safety Committee meeting on March 17th, in my mind, was an absolute insult to the staff. The town attorney was summarily dismissed, and it was an insult to the Housing Action Committee. I'm sad, but I'm not surprised that two of the key leaders that helped us, Missy Lewick and Quincy, have resigned. I am grateful for the work of Deep Well, the United Way, and the Community Foundation of the Low Country for being, as they always are, great partners in every way. I was most disheartened that the Community Services and Public Safety Committee insisted that the town insignia and symbols not be allowed on the document. All I can say is, if you can imagine how that made us feel, we think that we are a committee and appointed by the town council for the community, but we are doing work that cannot be tied to the community. So if that wasn't a show of no support, I don't know what would have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West.
Jack Alderman.
I'll offer my comments under agenda item 10.
Kim Likens.
Good afternoon, Mayor Perry, Town Council members, and Mr. Orlando. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In 2022, the town launched the Finding Home Workforce Housing Framework, grounded in 4 pillars, including community. Under community, you committed to building strong partnerships to address workforce housing needs. The housing displacement mitigation strategy was developed under your direction to reflect that vision. Yet now that work has been diminished to the point where even the town's logo has been removed. What does this say about partnership? And if it's unbranded, who owns it and who makes changes to it over time? It's hard to understand why some on this council still believe our local government should not be involved in workforce housing. This isn't new. You've paid consultants to show you how other communities have done this successfully. Vail, Colorado purchased deed restrictions to keep housing affordable for workers. Asheville, North Carolina created a $25 million trust fund and partnered with private and nonprofit sectors to deliver results. And Bozeman, Montana used land donations to accelerate workforce housing. These communities understood that public investment in housing is not a waste of money. It builds long-term community assets. Just like roads or utilities, housing is critical infrastructure, and supporting it is smart investment in the long-term health and prosperity of our town. But this is more about housing. It's also about leadership. In the 1990s, Town Council took a bold and forward-thinking step approving the Cross Island Parkway. At that time, many people opposed it, but 30 years later, it is clear without it, our economy and our daily life would suffer. That's what visionary leadership is about. Mayor Perry, when you ran for office, you made Islander housing your top priority and committed to taking action from day one. On your website, you wisely stated, just like we invest tax dollars in beach renourishment, we should invest in housing. Your vision was clear then, and now you have the opportunity to turn that vision into reality. Tonight, you can start by being a real partner in the displacement mitigation plan, created by the talented and dedicated citizens on the Housing Action Committee that you appointed and guided by the staff that you hired. It doesn't require any funding, but it sends a very powerful message. Our workforce and our longtime residents do matter. Tonight, I encourage you to not let Finding Home become a forgotten document. Implement the original plan, launch the projects, invest in solutions, and most importantly, be visionary leaders. Thank you.
Kenneth Campbell. Kenneth Campbell.
Thank you all. Kenneth Campbell, resident of Hilton Head Island. Thank you for all of your service in different capacities. The first thing I'm going to do is just show some exhibits here that put together. My background is as a developer. I do present to town councils, county councils. Been doing that for over 50 years and generally been respected and being respectful, and certainly I feel that way with this council. You probably can't read the date on this, but it's August 25th, 2022. So that's Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 is the reason that I'm up here today. I've been visiting or been a resident of the island for over 50 years. Had no idea of what life was like on other parts of the island. No idea that we needed a displacement strategy. No idea how severe our affordable workforce housing problem was. Chimney Cove brought that to my attention. This is an island packet, and this headline is dated 2 years ago, almost, August 10th of 2023. Third exhibit. Oh, I got the wrong one, sorry. Much better having it up there, it's easy. Somebody else can push a button for me. Third exhibit, May 17th, 2025. Fourth exhibit is for you to design. What's that fourth exhibit going to show? I certainly hope it's going to show that there really is a partnership. I appreciate Ms. Becker's comment that government should not be involved in housing. I respect that. I hope that the majority of the council feels differently, and that partnerships include more than just running on it on your campaign. to actually do something. This is an item that costs the town no money, it's been pointed out, and it's going to be unbranded. I hope no one up here will vote for an unbranded document. This is a serious issue. It's been a serious issue for a long time. Previous councils, this council, virtually everybody here ran on workforce housing and partnership with the town. Let's make that happen. This is the simplest thing you can do. If this isn't something that this town and the council can do, then we just give up on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Sandy Gillis.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Sandy Gillis. I live at 28 Bailey Point Lane. I am the executive director of the Hilton Head Island Deep Well Project, and I am the designated lead partner in the displacement mitigation support plan that we are discussing. I am also a member of the town's Housing Action Committee. I come before you today to encourage adoption of the March 17th version of the Housing Displacement Mitigation Support Plan as an official document of the town. This was not an option at last week's Housing Action Committee that we could vote on. Your town staff and a host of nonprofit and government organizations who know both housing and human services have poured hours of research, discussion, and thoughtful work into this plan in an effort to be better prepared when our neighbors, through no fault of their own, suddenly lose their housing. Is this plan all we want it to be? No. We collectively still have a lot of work to do to be ready for the big one, like we narrowly averted in late 2022 when almost 300 people, including 100 children, would have all been homeless in the span of 60 to 90 days during that Chimney Cove crisis. I do want to thank the other two key partners who have joined Deep Well to take a leadership role in this plan, the Community Foundation and the United Way of the Low Country. I know they will be great partners in this work. Now, while this plan is not ideal, my feeling is we've got to start somewhere. The first step to resolve anything is to recognize we have a problem. My thought is if we can require stormwater plans for development to protect neighboring properties in our waterways, if we can require that the color of a building fall in the approved palette to protect our Hilton Head Island character, and if we can require private oceanfront homes and businesses to turn off lights for nesting sea turtles, then we should have no problem requiring development that will displace our neighbors to step up and be part of the solution. To be clear, all the town really has to do is give us a heads up. Let us know what's coming. There's so much more the town could do to help us get the right resources around the table, but passing this plan from March 17th and acknowledging that housing displacement is a problem is a great start. If we have a plan to help our turtle friends, shouldn't we have a plan to help the family living next door? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillis.
John Casey.
Good afternoon, John Casey, Indigo Run, Mayor, Council, Mr. Orlando. I'm going to be the unpopular one up here. I'm not only opposed to the March plan, I'm opposed to the revised plan. And everything I've heard, all the conversations I've heard around me today confirm that. The words are still flying through my ears. Mandate, money, requirement. And this is the stalking horse for the inveiglement of this town in areas where the private sector and nonprofits work in their own enlightened best interest in the most efficient manner to get it done without government funds, or perhaps in some instances on an ad hoc basis. But so I'm opposed to the plan, but I think even before we get to the substance, you have to address the process. I'm a little confused and dizzied by when the committee came here and when the committee did this. But the bottom line is, I believe that this plan was never returned to the council committee of competent jurisdiction for final review before coming up before the full council. Now, I did a little bit of general research, and it was also consistent with my own practice in the past, that a required committee cannot be bypassed by any individual or indeed the group and placed on the agenda. The process, the procedure, and the substance are inextricably interwoven, and the propriety of the former affects the validity of the latter. So that if you issue the proper committee revisions and approval, the final action will be void ab initio at the outset. And that will mean that everything that flows from it will also be void. And that potentially, or frankly, it seems very clear to me, would include the commitment of town resources. I really don't think that this council, simply because they want to take that vote now, should disregard these procedures and proceed with what I see to be an ultra-virus act that is simply going to result in challenges and the voiding of any actions that flow from this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Morris Campbell.
Mr. Mayor, member of council, town manager, my name is Morris Campbell. I live at 540 Spanish Wells Road. I'm not going to be long because a lot has already been said, but I certainly want to let you know that housing is something that has been a challenge, not only on Hilton Head for all my life, but throughout the world. So certainly, I commend you for just addressing it in some form or fashion. However, I know that the problem is not going to get solved today, it's not going to get solved tomorrow, but it's a problem that I encourage you to work on. And mitigation of folks losing their houses is certainly, or losing their home is certainly something that I'm very familiar with. Just take a look at Hilton Head in 1975 if you want to, and look at it today as far as the Gullah communities are concerned, and we can see that there should have been some mitigation taking place to preserve these neighborhoods, etc. I know that our world is changing, and I know that our island is changing, but certainly people are people, and we certainly need to do what we can do to maintain a diverse community, a community where people can enjoy living, working, and playing. And we, as islanders, know that the importance of people working together to make a difference is critical. And this housing project, or this housing effort, I should say, on the island is something that we all need to work toward and not fight among ourselves about. Those things that we differ on, let's differ on and accept the differences of opinions. But the bottom line is that we need people here to serve us. We need people here to live as good neighbors. And I encourage you to take steps necessary. I commend the effort thus far, but town, please take a leadership role in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
That's all we have.
That's all we have. Okay, so,
Sorry, I was signed up for that.
I don't have you signed up for 9A.
I did sign up and I talked to, Cynthia at the door, but I was signed up.
I have you for 8A, 8B, and
She
9B.
must have written it down wrong. I had it specifically for workforce housing.
Mayor.
So if I may.
we'll let it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So workforce housing is certainly needed, it's certainly worthy. And if the question is, and obviously if we look back, if we hadn't had overdevelopment and so many tourists, we wouldn't need workforce housing. I was here back in 75, I've been here for 50 years, so I understand what Mr. Campbell just said. The question is, it's about the law. I think this all gets down to not what we feel, what's worthy and in our hearts and what's right and all, but it gets down to the law. Can we use and pay for all this with public monies versus the private sector and the free enterprise? I'm a free enterprise, private sector person. We have way too many bureaucrats and not enough democracy in this room, I can tell you that right now. We need to let the free enterprise run with this. We wouldn't be going through all this. It's just, when government gets involved and gets involved in something, this is what happens. It just becomes a bureaucratic nightmare. Let's just end it. And then I think the simple solution here is give the private sector, give them tax incentives to make it easy for them, to make a profit, to do what we need to do. That's the only way it's gonna work. Other than that, you're just gonna keep on going around in circles. I'm all about business. I'm not about bureaucracy, bloated bureaucracy. And I've got something to say about that when I have my 3-minute comment coming down the road here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's it, Kim?
Yes.
Thank you. So we've got a motion on the table by Ms. Bryson and seconded by Mr. Alfred. Is there additional conversation from the dais? Mr. Alfred.
Over the last several years, there has been a gradual and increasing recognition of the importance of workforce housing. We need places for our restaurant servers, our hotel workers, our nurses, our teachers. That need has become very widely recognized. A few years back, the town decided that it needs to move forward in this effort and do what it can to support what is so widely recognized as an important need. The issue that bubbles up today and the issue that bubbled up some time ago was who should take responsibility for this? Should it be the private sector, or should it be a combination of the private sector and the public sector? This town moved in the latter mode. Support private sector, but we need, as a town, as a public body, to make an effort. And the reason for that is that the need is substantial and difficult to accomplish. In 2018, a survey was done at the request of the town, and the town was advised that it needs 200 new workforce housing developments a year for 10 years. That's a lot. That is far more than can be accomplished by the private sector. The only way that we can make a dent is if the public sector is involved. And that's the path that the town has been moving on in recent years. Our effort is to make more workforce housing available. Only the town could come up with a sizable development like North Point with 157 units. And we need to move in that direction. We are trying to add to the pot. Then along comes a different situation, Chimney Cove, where 50 to 60 residential units with 300 total people could all of a sudden be thrown out. These are workers. These were people that were part of the workforce here. And all of a sudden we realized we've got a problem that while we're trying to add to this bowl of workforce housing, here is something that's detracting from it. And shouldn't we as a town get involved in trying to do something? It's a very difficult problem to deal with the situation where you might find a very large number of workers thrown onto the market and need to have additional housing. The effort that the Housing Action Committee came up with through the work, extensive work of the town staff at the request of council, was to try to deal with that particular problem in a way that involved only a very minor additional effort by the town. Whereas in the rest of its work on workforce housing, the town is very extensively involved. This was very minor. No money, not much in the way of effort or work, very little additional effort. Very minor compared to what we were already doing. So it made a lot of sense. I think the original proposal was an excellent one, certainly something to get started with. I recognize that we now have a committee, a Housing Action Committee, that recommended something simpler. I think we need to get started down this path, but I think the original proposal as presented March 17th was very good and should have been adopted.
Yep, other comments?
Mr.
Desmond?
I got a procedural question. Should Ms. Bryson's motion fail, it would be a moot point. But should her motion pass, what happens to the agenda item that we should be making a motion on?
Mr. Coltrane?
If Ms. Bryson's motion fails, any member of council can make another motion on this subject.
What if it passes?
Then there has been a main motion made and seconded. It would then
Again,
become
what happens to the agenda item?
The agenda item is the same.
It's not the same. What's on the agenda today is the second vote of the committee at a 6-2 vote. That's what's on the agenda.
Right.
So it probably have been done the other
way.
way.
Well, what was on the agenda today, as laid out in Mr. Leininger's presentation to council, included the two versions of the document. The agenda item was consideration of the resolution adopting the mitigation support plan. And in fact, what Ms. Bryson has moved to do is that. So.
No, I disagree. I know you're the attorney, but I disagree. What's on the agenda, what came forward on the agenda is Mr. Leininger can tell you, is the second vote from the committee of a 6-2 vote with the changes. What he did was he showed Plan 1 just to show the changes for what's on the agenda on Plan 2.
Correct. And
okay.
When that was done, Ms. Bryson made a motion to adopt Plan 1, which has been seconded and is now before council.
But I'm not here to argue, I guess.
Here's
but
one of the
wouldn't it have been more proper to do to make a motion on what was on our agenda and Ms. Bryson make a motion to amend?
If your question is Ms. Bryson's motion a proper motion? My answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
And this is, oh, okay. No, Melinda, go ahead.
Ms. Turner?
As I have said before, I think having a displacement strategy is important work. I also like the approach of leveraging nonprofits who are experts at what they do. It's a model I am familiar with that works successfully in a community that I lived in before coming to Hilton Head, where I was a board member of the lead partner nonprofit. And so I am supportive of the agenda item as voted by the Housing Action Committee with a vote of 6-2, where Deep Well is the lead partner and administrator of the process.
Thank you. Ms. Becker?
Well, there are many things to say, and I have quite a list. But I do want to to highlight some things that we've heard tonight. First, I want to remind everyone, as I believe my colleague was trying to do, of what it is that we're actually here tonight to vote on, which is a displacement plan. We've heard a lot of conversation, comments, opinions about workforce housing in general, and those are all well taken. And understanding the last several years while this conversation has been going on, I would also like to take a moment and point out that we did recently have a two-day strategic plan meeting. And whether this tells you something or not, I'm going to tell you what the results of a little task that we had. And we were asked to go about the room and to place dots on a variety of different topics. And those dots were to represent the priority for the individual council members. And I need help recalling, were there 8, 15? How many people were up on the pieces of paper, items were up on the wall? Or somewhere between 8 and 15. Let's just put it there. Yeah, there you go, perfect. Well, the result of that task that we were assigned to was that housing got 2 green votes, 2 of 7. And keep in mind, one person, one council member, could use all their dots on one topic. So those 2 dots could indeed represent one person, or it could be 2 separate council members who placed their dots on housing. And then we took a blue dot just to emphasize which were the priorities. And I believe housing got 1. And we all had 1 dot. So that means there was 1 council member. 1. And so you've heard a lot up here from a couple who think this is a priority, and yet they didn't put their blue dot there. Just wanted to point that out for everyone here who wants to point fingers at some. But there's some proof for you and some facts. I heard some other things that I was concerned about, because we are a government body who are responsible for the limited government that our charter is based on, and it is not driven by the White House website. And having said that, our responsibility is to all of our residents on the island. And yet I've heard in a couple of the comments made tonight that no matter where folks are from, granted, or their status, as a government body, we have a requirement that we are working to make sure that we are representing our residents and those who have legal status. That may not be popular with some who are sitting in this room tonight, but that is a fact. And when we talk about protecting a neighborhood, a development such as Chimney Cove, that blind eye to all of those considerations that we as a government body have to take on, but not you as a nonprofit or the private sector or the churches. You have your own rules. We have not that leeway in that regard. So the work you do is good. No one's taking that from you. In fact, we celebrate and we applaud you for it. But we have a different role. And in Hilton Head, our role is limited. Keep that in mind also. And I wanted to also point out that Ms. Gillis was very kind during the last Housing Action Committee, where she did take the time to acknowledge that the town has made good progress. That in fact, the Housing Action Committee in themselves had taken and made good progress. And that just because you weren't getting the whole ball of wax, as it were, it wasn't without merit or without effort and without value and without success. And say thank you, Ms. Gillis, for pointing that out. I heard something here also today about offending developers because the survey was too much for them to manage, that we would offend them, and that some of us who proclaim to be anti-development or no development, or however you want to say it, against more development, and I put myself in that category, as you all well know, we're somehow being hypocritical because we didn't agree with the survey. That was a 2.5-page, 3.5-page survey that was so invasive that if you are on the other side looking and saying, we need developers to come into the island and take over blighted areas and redevelop them and invest their money, if they were to be presented, well, indeed a voluntary document, a document like that, I am certain that many of them would say, absolutely not, am I giving my comments to these questions, which were invasive, complicated, in that they needed to know how many people speak English, how many people live there, having nothing to do with what it was that they had come to the town with their checkbook in hand, with a proposed development to improve blighted areas and to improve this community. You would be running those developers right back out the door. So you can't have it both ways. You have to want the blighted areas and the development that's good for this town to take place, but you don't want to overdevelop. And that's why we have the staff and the manager and this council on board to make sure that we don't overdevelopment. But when we do take on development, it's good development. Okay, I'll pass on off that one. There was some other comments made, and while I wish I could put this in as cohesive a narrative as some of my colleagues have done, I was advised 6+ years ago to quit writing things down. You know the topic, you do your research, you do your homework, you know the matters, you know the people of this island. So speak from your heart, and that's what I'm doing. So if it's a little disjointed, I apologize. But that's what you're gonna get when you speak to me. You're gonna get the honest, the truth, heartfelt information that I have, that it comes from a well-rounded research and understanding of the subject matter, and most importantly from you as the residents of the Hills Island. But what I heard sitting in the Housing Action Committee, and I sat in on almost every one of their meetings, and in the beginning, the meetings weren't being videotaped or broadcast. And I asked our town manager to please make sure that they were, because you were doing good work and the community should see it. And that took place, but somehow something else happened just about that same time. The Housing Action Committee decided to break up into small, unfoyable, unrecordable committees and do their work behind the scenes. That was troublesome. The lack of transparency was troublesome. And it happened just at the same time. And I wonder and I question why. We've heard a little bit about the process and procedures. This town council, as long as I've been on it, and from speaking to others who were on it before me, has always followed the process and the procedure to have something come out of a committee to an elected body subcommittee, like the Community Service and Public Safety Committee, or any of the others that existed. And from there, not everything got rubber stamped and pushed back on, or pushed up to town council. In fact, most of it got pushed back to the originating committee for revisions. Work with staff, make some revisions, bring it back to us after proper vetting. That's exactly what we did. And in the past, from there, as Mr. Casey pointed out, the regular procedure was for it to come back to our committee to see if that work had been done and to see if more work needed to be done, or if we were ready to approve it and ask for the town, or accept it and ask for the town council to approve it. That's the regular order and procedure that's always been in place here and everywhere else. If you recall the little cartoon from your childhood elementary schools, how a bill becomes a law, that's exactly how it works. And sometimes it never makes it out of the committee. That's just life. And that's the way it works. But somehow, some reason, here we are, bypassing, again, regular order and procedure. I think that has to stop. You want a good product, keep working at it. Keep listening to people. Keep doing your research, and you get the best product. We don't rubber stamp here on this dais. At least I don't. And then the other thing that I found a little bit bothersome, and oh, by the way, I'm going to make this comment too. It's on my paper before I get to the last one. I've heard that there's no money involved, and yet all those meetings I have sat in of the Housing Action Committee, I've heard repeatedly from a variety of different members, one time or another, where's the money? Where's the commitment from the town? Where's the money? We have no budget. We're not doing this. Why aren't we doing that? We have no budget. Where's the communication? Where's the other departments? Let's talk about how much time, effort, and money has been spent on this. You have an executive director or a housing director that's been hired. You have staff members who sit in on every one of the committee meetings. We have been asked to go through the communications department to have a communications plan that is not only developed, but then gone out and advertised and worked up in the community to spread the word. That's resources, that's dollars. So money has been spent. You may not have a budget, but you had money being spent on this project in this committee. The other thing that I'm going to ask, because I was offended by it for someone who I highly respect, did not come from listening to your comments or from the past of watching and working to help make this the best program that it can be. But I heard from this dais today, someone say to our town manager, "Are you scared?" I hope you're not scared, Mr. Orlando, because we work really well together. And I know in my heart that you work so hard and so diligently on the behalf of every resident of this town and this county. And you work well with all of us, and you do your best every single day, as does the excellent staff that you've put together every single day. And I was offended by the statement that was made. So yes, $8.6 million, a lot of public work that has gone in to housing around this island. The private community that has stepped up and developed housing that many of you probably don't even know about. The churches who do their good work. The nonprofits who are exceptional. This is a community that cares and has demonstrated in a multitude of ways.
Ms. Becker, I'm going to ask that.
That is the final comment.
Okay.
But I want you to remember that. You have done good work. You all have. But government has a different job.
All right, thank you. Other comments from council? Other comments? Going once.
Mayor, I would just ask for those folks before they vote on this matter to take a look, if we could show it back up on the screen, the original document and all the markups. If you could go through those slow, oops, jump to. Stop there. I want the public to see.
In our homework, can we just call the question?
Is there a second to call the question? The question has been called. All those in favor of Mrs. Bryson's motion to move forward, and Mr. Alfred's second to move forward the original housing displacement program, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, signify by raising your right hand. That is denied. 5-2. Is there a motion on the table?
I'd like to make a motion that the town council consider the mitigation plan as proposed from the Housing Action Committee, but to include, I mentioned earlier, the town of Hilton Head be mentioned in the executive summary, the town displayed as a partner in the organizational chart, and that the actual plan itself live on the town's website.
Is there a second to the motion?
I will second that so we can talk about it.
Okay. Ms. Bryson has seconded the motion. Discussion amongst council. If I might. We are not talking about housing today. We are talking about a displacement program. A resolution stating that the town and the nonprofits agree to work together to notify each other about what's going on. The town is part of the contract because the resolution will be signed by me on town stationery. It'll be recorded. The town is part of it. You know, there are things that sometimes hit you later on. You go, stare me in the face. Whatever we vote on, whatever we agree upon, the town mayor has to sign it. And it's on a legal document that's recorded. The town is tied to this housing mitigation program that is handled by nonprofits, with the responsibility of the town to say, hey, something's going on. It's as simple as that. We're turning something into a mountain out of nothing, even more than a molehill. And I apologize to the community for us having to do this. This should have been a simple process. Maybe it should have been 2 pages at the most. At one point in time, it was a 90-page document. Let's be real. All we're trying to say is, we're here to help. Y'all are doing the work. And we thank you. I'm embarrassed, to be honest with you. We're talking about a housing displacement mitigation support plan resolution. We're working on housing. Things are being done across the island to address housing, not only from the town, but from other organizations as well. Has it happened fast? No. Was the economy in the tank a couple of years ago that caused a problem that delayed housing? Yes. Was there a problem in the economy a couple of years ago that caused a bridge to inflate in value? Yes. We're talking about minutia. Words are getting in the way of the real outcome, and that is, we support you. You know what? I have no problem with the town logo being on the document. And here's why. Because I'm going to sign the resolution.
You do that, Mayor? Put us in a position where the government has now established, I understand your point, but has now established that we are more into a housing initiative displacement plan, and the resolution that has if, or when this document, it says when, I say if, because I think this is all blown out of proportion, quite frankly, but be that as it may, when or if it should happen, we, if we hear about it, make a phone call. And then as I understand it, that is the last thing that we really have on the, so why
if I might,
take the
Sean,
moment?
if you could, pull up the tree.
The org chart?
Yeah.
All right.
You know, the org chart. I mean, I look at this and I go, role of community response, okay? You don't even connect the town to the org chart. You just say, the town will inform. The town will inform. I mean, that's, you know, and I've stated this before, and I'll say it again. I don't want us to be in the business of housing. I want us to be a facilitator of it, help others get it. But we're not going to be a housing authority. That when I'm doing the agenda, it's not going to be a housing authority that we're talking about. I can tell you that. But I see that as, okay, that is simple. And I don't think it takes us and gets us in that much more.
That much more, you said.
Well, I don't, and again, we can wordsmith a little bit here and there, but I don't see it as creating that issue. I don't see that. So I'll open up for other comments.
Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, are you asking that I amend my motion to include what you just stated?
Yes.
I will do so.
Second will agree.
I'd like to hear clarity on what that now says.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Sean,
That's fine. Let me go, there's actually a good example on, I'll start here. So I think what this looks like is there's a box above here. There's no connection down. It says the town of, let me go to my notes.
Like Diamond Cove, who qualifies for displacement?
So displacement comes in many different forms.
I bet it does, and I'm just wondering what we're focused on here.
It is not generally based on income. It can be based on a number of different factors. Generally, how we have seen it occur is the Chimney Cove example.
What would happen if somebody in a home who lives maybe in Long Cove or one of the nicer communities on the island was displaced? And we found out about it. Is it our responsibility to pick up the phone every time we hear someone has been displaced? Or is it only when you're dealing with a situation like a Chimney Cove, by the way, which was 2.5 years ago and drove a good developer who was going to redevelop the property off the island, but be that as it may.
Typically, in the most common situations that we're talking about it in, and these are renters. This would not be a single-family owner that has made a decision to sell their home. So.
Okay.
Yes.
I request we call the question.
Okay, the question has been called and we have a second to call the question. All those in favor of moving forward with the,
Can you restate the motion, please?
yeah.
And I think it's unfair to call the question with a definition that's undefined, a word that's undefined. I realize that, but we have a word that's
supporting the
undefined.
mitigation plan as revised and approved by the Housing Action Committee at 6-2 with the language added to the document stating that the town will
provide notice.
Yeah.
What are they notifying though?
Will notify the partners of a potential displacement.
An individual up to 300.
That's without a town logo?
Mayor, the original motion included the town's logo.
The original motion did include the town logo.
Right, so you just.
I'm going to need you
And an
to,
executive summary.
I'm going to need you to read the entire motion for the record. It's too confusing. I can't take minutes like that.
Mayor, the amendment was agreed to by the maker of the motion and the second, so we do not need a vote on the amendment to that motion. We just need the original motion with that amendment, with that change. And I'm looking at Mr. Brown if he wants to restate it.
You want to restate that?
Sure, absolutely. I move that the town considers approval of the Housing Action Committee's recommendation of the mitigation plan to include the town of Hilton Head be included in the executive summary. Amended that the town shows up as a role in notification to the partners on the screen as Mr. Loniger has displayed, and that the document live within the town's website.
And I think you also add that the town shows up as a partner in the organizational chart.
Amended to what the mayor suggested.
It says, it would say that responsible for notification to the agencies.
And I'd written down in the original motion, adding the town as a partner in the org chart.
Kim, do you have that?
No, I don't think
No,
any
I
of
do
us
not. I need it all read as one motion, please.
One more time.
Yes.
I move that we adopt the original plan that came out of Housing Action Committee as of last. Okay, all right.
I think we should specify dates.
Yeah.
Can you give me the date, sir?
May 14th.
May 14th.
Thank you.
With the following revisions. Town of Hilton Head is mentioned in the executive summary. Town shows up in the org chart to include notification to our key partners that it live on the town's website. That satisfy you, Madam Clerk?
I have it now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? It's 4-3.
It is unfortunate that we do not have a definition of displacement in this, because I don't know what staff now is supposed to notify these folks and what's the parameters that they're notifying folks under.
And I want it noted for the record that I was aligned with the original proposal that was in the agenda.
And that's the unfortunate part about this, for anyone who's, just a moment, for just 1 second and a half, I promise you. But that's the problem with not following procedure, because the second May 14th vote at the Housing Action Committee meeting, if they had come through community service, they would have found that the revisions that they voted themselves 6-2 would have been okay coming through community service and public safety.
I will state for the record.
That is unfortunate.
I did not bring it to community services and public safety because the protocol suggested by the town attorney was not followed. Now, moving on. Moving on, we have the consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the land management.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Senator Davis arrived after we discussed the 278, and he's been patiently waiting for us. I don't know whether it's appropriate to make him continue to wait or to ask him.
I'm just here to offer answer any questions you all may have.
Okay, well, let's continue forward because we would have to amend the agenda. So, thank you, Senator Davis, for being here. Moving on, we have consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the land management ordinance to amend sections 16-3-104G and 16-4-102A.6 to add workforce housing as a permitted condition use in moderate to high density residential RM12 district, to amend section 16-4-102B.1 to include property size and location requirements for workforce housing in RM12, to amend section 16-4-105.A to provide for a workforce housing density bonus and impervious surface increase in RM12, to amend section 16-4-105.B to clarify workforce housing agreement requirements and to provide for severability at an effective date. This item was presented to the Community Service and Public Safety Committee on April 21st, and the committee voted 3-0 to recommend to the town council. Sean.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. I hope this item takes shorter time than it took for you to read that introduction. And
Mayor, I move adoption.
Motion to approve. Is there? There's a second. There's a first and second. Is there anybody signed up to discuss on this agenda item?
Yes. Chet Williams.
He passes.
Sonia Grant.
Good afternoon, council, community behind me. My name is Sonia Grant. I'm a 6th-generation Native Islander here on the island, raised in the Chaplain community, but now reside in the Spanish Wells community. And what's so full circle about this moment is my granddaddy was among the first to offer workforce housing for his employees back in the early 1970s. He not only cared to have good employees at Abe's Native Shrimp House, but also about their quality of life outside of Abe's. I'm here today to share my concerns regarding housing and to encourage you to act to establish the conditions that will support the development of affordable housing. As a point of historical context, it is important to understand that the town was organized as a limited form of government in 1983. The interesting parallel is that Hilton Head Island town government was originally formed in order to regulate and limit housing and rental development that was deemed unsightly or unacceptable, which over the years has disproportionately and negatively affected the Gullah community. There are those of us that have family land in inventory that are not plagued by the housing issue as directly as others. However, there are several Native Island Gullah descendants that have lost their land and have no family land to return to. Imagine that. When we speak of the importance of housing in regards to maintaining a viable workforce, one must consider that Hilton Head Island is no longer the enclave with the best jobs in the region. There are now several comparable and sometimes better opportunities in Bluffton, Hardyville, and Okatee. Not to mention what is happening 45 minutes away with Hyundai in Georgia and the explosion of the Pooler and Port Wentworth areas. The town of Hilton Head Island has lost staff members to these very municipalities and towns. You must ask yourselves why. The why is simple. It becomes a quality of life issue. For example, where do you think the 2025 nursing school graduate or elementary school teacher that can't afford the $2,500, $3,000 in rent for the 1,000 square foot apartment on Hilton Head, where do you think they're going to seek employment? Hilton Head or Hardyville? Where will any professional choose to reside if there's a more affordable option? Town Council, I've heard members of your body speak of best-in-class service. I can tell you that the term best-in-class will be as much of a memory as Benjamin Rockison, the first mayor of this island in which this chamber is named after, if you don't figure out how to effectively support affordable housing for our island's workforce families. Council, I am urging and encouraging you to financially support the conditions that we will need to lead the development of affordable housing. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Andy Twisdale.
Good afternoon, or good evening almost. Andy Twisdale, 54-year resident of Hilton Head, 22 years in their hospitality business, and now in the real estate business. We talk about we can't build a bridge. One employee with one bedroom on Hilton Head would cut down the traffic by 720 trips a year on the bridge. Imagine that. And you know, you talk about we want to find a way. Without employees, we don't exist. Our customers don't get service. The 65% of the people who live here are over 65, and I'm well in that group. Where do we get our service from? Employers cannot open their restaurant fully staffed because they don't have enough people. And the last lady who spoke, there's thousands of jobs being created. They won't come here. Hilton Head needs to be in the housing business to provide enough resources and incentives to people to build apartments. More apartments, more employees live here, less traffic. I would tell you that, you know, the private sector will gladly invest in Hilton Head, but they have to be given some advantages. And in your 9B, give them the ability to build a number of units. It will work. But just remember, if you can solve the housing problem, you can take 700 trips a year off the bridge. And that would be a huge thing. And we didn't have to build a bridge to do it. It didn't take us 8 years to do it. You know, or, you know, small housing, tiny houses, you know, prefab housing. You gotta be thinking about other ways to provide housing. And thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Twisdale.
That's all.
That's all. Discussion from council. Ms. Becker.
John, can you show us where the RM districts that are applicable to this ordinance are on the map?
I can. And the... So as it relates to the text amendment, that is the first item before you that you've just taken a motion on, including the conditional provisions, conditional use allowed for workforce housing. The areas that would be zoned RM12 that would meet the criteria of those conditions are outlined here. So Palmetto Bay Villas on Palmetto Bay Road, it's near the South Island PSD office. The Oaks Villas up in the North Ridge Sea Turtle area, and the North Point site. Those would be the three properties that would meet the criteria for the conditions under RM12 to be able to take advantage of the workforce housing provision of this zoning district.
Thank you. And the reason those are the only areas that are RM12 that qualify is because of the conditions that you mentioned. Can you just, I just want to make sure everyone is aware and that I've heard it for one last time. The conditions that.
Yes, and just give me 1 second here. The conditions are a minimum of 5 acres in size, and that it be located along or on a major arterial. And so Palmetto Bay Road and Hilton Parkway are considered major arterials, and so they would meet that location requirement from access to the roadway. And again, minimum lot size of 5 acres.
Major artillery is defined as?
Pardon me?
A major artillery is defined road is defined as?
It's a hierarchy in the number of trips typically generated on it. I can't remember off the top of my head.
That's okay, you don't have to.
It generates the highest volume of any roadway that we have here. We have major arterials, minor, collector, local roads. And so we have cul-de-sacs, avenues. In our code, it's the classification is based upon the amount of trips generated on that facility.
And there's no foreseeable reason or cause that would create additional major artillery roads on Hilton Head?
Not without a big move on the town, on the part of the town. I don't think we're in the business of building any new large capacity roadways, so.
And so just the last question I have for you, just for clarity for everyone and for myself as well. These are the 3 spots that qualify under this amendment, but where else are there RM12 neighborhoods that currently don't qualify?
It's maybe a little difficult to see on this map.
What color
but
is
you
that?
can see it's this brownish. Of course, we have 72 shades of brown probably on this
That's
map.
part of why I'm asking.
There's RM12 in some areas up near Gumtree Squire Pope Road. And I believe that the area along Palmetto Bay Marina for that multifamily is a large cluster along in this section. And then I think this area here is RM12 along between Cordillo Courts and Office Park in that area.
And so the other brownish, and a shade of brown, I'm not sure of, but they all start to look the same to me, that you see over around in the Chaplain area, Follyfield, that area, those are not RM12
I believe
neighborhoods.
those are all RM8. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that clarifies for me the coloring that I was having difficulty with, and I think answers the questions that I needed.
Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
apologies that this isn't a little more clear on the screen, but I believe these are all RM8, and many of the properties zoned don't meet the location criteria along a major arterial, nor do they have the minimum 5 acres to be able to take advantage of the location criteria.
I just want to make
size.
sure. Thank you so
Thank
much.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tunner.
Yes, I have said in the past that I believe we need to look at incentives for developers to encourage workforce housing, and this is an example of it, and it aligns with the incentives that we have in other districts.
Thank you.
That's all?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Other comments? All right, seeing none, we have a motion on the table by Ms. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Alfred. Do you want me to reread the motion?
No, sir, this one is clear.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Thank you all for that. Next, we have the consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island to amend the official zoning map with respect to the real property located on North Point Circle to rezone the parcels from parcels from Parks and Recreation, PR, to moderate to high density residential, RM12 district, and to provide for severability and an effective date. This item was presented to the Community Service Public Safety Committee on April 21st, and the committee voted 3-0 to recommend to Town Council. Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town
Mayor,
Council,
I
Town
move
Manager.
We have a motion
I'll
to.
defer to Ms. Bryson.
We have a first and a second.
I just love to hear you speak, but not right now.
Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Yes.
Yes.
Janet Fontano? She left, okay.
Just left.
Anybody else?
Grant McClure? No, oh, and Chet Williams.
He passes. That's it. Discussion by council. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make one comment?
No.
I'm not sure if I have to hug Ben and congratulate him. He's probably so overjoyed and disappointed he couldn't present his presentation. I just want to thank him for helping to lead with Mark's direction to bring this to you. So thank you.
If I might, I just might state that Ben has done an amazing job, and so has staff. And this really is an opportunity to create something very special for our community. So,
May I? This is something that I wrote down because I did want to, and I didn't see that Ben had moved from back there to here, so I thought he had left. But I want to also congratulate Ben. I believe that this project, this North Point project, because of our town manager, staff, and Ben Brown in particular, is not only going to be a Class A project, but a world-class workforce housing project. And I just can't commend you enough for the hard work that you've done, all of you, collectively, to put this forward.
So, Mr. Orlando, if you could give us an update, or have Sean give us an update as to where we stand at this point in time, because I think that's really a good, right now is a good time to put this out there. Ben?
I think so, yeah, if I could. I think so. Ben, come on up. Nice, you almost got out of it, Ben. I do think, and Ben, if we can keep this to 3 minutes or less, put the timer on, Kim. But I do think, because we all are here, we are proud of the progress. I will be the first to admit I thought this would go a lot quicker. There have been some turbulent markets. I remind myself that I don't think a tract builder takes a raw piece of dirt, approaches the municipality where they're already entitled for zoning, and just blows and goes faster than us. We are very appreciative of all of you, Town Council, the community, the North Point Partnership Advisory Committee. But most importantly, this has been a work in progress, and I will say that I think it as a municipality, what can't be forgotten is how much we learned about ourselves through this process. So, Ben, you have a minute left. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ben, I think it's important to show some architecture and site plan.
What I would really like to do is skip to the last 3 slides, because one of the things I've heard throughout the process, especially with the Planning Commission, is we really want to see some elevations. And then after the CSPS meeting, I kept hearing from folks, we really want to see what it looks like. So the teaser for everyone to sit through all of these slides was to share the last 3.
And Ben, I think a little bit of Gumtree Road, so forgive me, but a little bit, because that's very important to us. Okay.
To go back just a handful of slides. One of the things we've talked a lot about throughout the entire North Point initiative is connectivity. We know this site is located within a mile of the school campus, so we need really safe connectivity to the school campus. We've also looked at other ways to access the property, but North Point is right in, right out. We have been working very closely with the United States Postal Service, and a special thank you to Senator Davis for putting us into contact with U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham's office, where we could finally talk with the decision maker with the United States Postal Service to advance the acquisition of about 1.8 acres on the U.S. Postal Service site, which will come forward to Town Council in the near future for your consideration. But this allows us to have really good connectivity over to Gumtree Road. And if we look at this plan, We need safe crosswalks. We need safe connectivity to the Circle K. We need safe connectivity to Gumtree Road. And we need safe connectivity to the crosswalk. And just talking with one of our staff members today, she and her family live in the community just where my cursor is. And right now, this is not an ideal crosswalk. So we can come in here and we can make this a whole lot safer. We can clear some of this overgrown vegetation so that we have safe connectivity from Marsh Point, Marsh Side. We have signage going all the way back to School Road to let folks know that you're coming into a school zone. And we also have really good pavement markings. But I want to just say this, regardless of the North Point project, we can make this area a whole lot safer. And that's something we're working on right now. Is that enough background? Sure. Thank you. Now to my last 3 favorite slides. Here's the North Point Site Development Plan, which was really well received by the Planning Commission, but it shows about 1.5 acres preserved right on Jarvis Creek. It shows a really good neighborhood design, but this plan has 56% open space. It has a lot of functional open space. We've all seen apartment communities where there's a pond in the one corner and a swing set in another. That's not what we're looking at here. This is a neighborhood. Class A community with Class A amenities, with an on-site property manager who lives in North Point. And the slide I'm going to show next is right here, just to the north of us in Marsh Point. These buildings are about 35 feet tall. These are 2-story buildings. So we have here 2-story buildings. But that way it has that very nice neighborhood scale where we have some 1 stories, some 2 stories. But if you look at this next slide, this shows the functional open space, which is located throughout the community. Everybody has access to functional open space. Right across the street here, we have a community garden, we have the swimming pool, an amenity center. And if we look at this next slide, it shows the nice elevations throughout the community. This is where we just were, the 2-story buildings. We come up to 3 stories. We have a really nice leasing office. We have the community center, the gym. And one thing I really like is the girl here waving at her friend down here. But it's just a really nice neighborhood. And I just share that because we know this community will be successful based on the future residents. And this very much represents our brand. So thank you for your time.
I like the dog.
Thank you.
I noticed you have a $700 Volkswagen there, but you also have a $200,000 R8.
John. Well, one of the slides I missed is this is true mixed income, 60% to 150% of the AMI. This is our future leaders.
And Mayor, if I could add one thing, icing on the cake. This will go to Planning Commission for site plan, to our design review board for the architectural review. Our partner, One Street Residential, is in the crowd with us tonight, paying attention, very involved, and wanted to be here for this zoning hearing. And then lastly, we do understand and believe that if all things are go, we will be in front of you soon with the ground lease, a 65-year term of leased land. And then if all things continue to move as we are currently hearing, a groundbreaking late this year. So we're excited about it. I see if we don't break ground sooner than later, Brendan's not going to be shaking his head yes, he's going to be shaking his head no. So we're pushing forward. So thank you for your patience. We learned a lot, and great job.
Thank you, Mark.
On the next meeting we have in July 16th, we're targeting the Planning Commission. So you'll be able to see more site plans. We're also targeting the June DRB meeting to further look at the renderings.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Ben. Next, let's move on. We have a consideration of an ordinance to amend the municipal code section 8-11-211, parenthetical 8, to restrict dogs from an area of the town defined beach near Fish Hall Creek. The Community Service and Public Safety Committee recommended the ordinance be advanced as drafted by a vote of 3-0 to Town Council for adoption.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any motions before I?
Are there any motions before he starts? No, go ahead.
Mayor, Council, Town Manager, what's before you here tonight is first reading of an ordinance to amend Section 8-11-211-8, related to animal activities on the beach. I've been before this body to request town council consideration of a resolution, knowing this was coming forward as a condition of our beach permit, and town council authorized or adopted that resolution authorizing town manager to sign or accept the beach permit from both the Army Corps and our state agency to advance our beach renourishment project. We drafted specific language to meet the U.S. Fish and Wildlife condition that was part of the biological opinion as part of our Army Corps and state permit. This went to Community Service and Public Safety Committee, where they advanced this with a recommendation of 3-0, the town council adopt it. I will go, it's pretty straightforward. What it requires is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day ban of dogs and other animals in an area on the beach that's defined in this area here and shaded in red. Initial biological opinion that we received had an area much larger, including consideration of Pine Island. It did include some areas along Burke's Beach as well. But what I appreciate so much is our partner agencies willing to work together to come up with an option that is reasonable for consideration. And so you see this area here, this is Fiscal Creek on the southern end, and this northern end is where the spa exists off Beach City Road. And so it starts where there's a boardwalk currently today at the spa, and ends at where Fiscal Creek sort of provides separation from the beach that you would access from the Port Royal community. And so this is the area to find beach. As this code changes, it would be a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week restriction of dogs. And we will post signs upon second and final reading to make sure that folks that are out there are aware that they cannot have dogs beyond a certain point, depending on if they're traveling north or south. I'm happy to answer any additional questions at this time, should you have some.
I move adoption.
Got a motion and a second. Kim, anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Chet Williams.
Passes. He's got to figure it out. He knows to sign up for everything.
Yes.
Yeah. So, comments from council.
Yes. Given this impact is in the middle of my ward, I did reach out to the community in January when we needed this as a resolution for the permit. I did receive feedback. Although a few people are disappointed, they certainly understand the need, and we're going to communicate this again at my community meeting tomorrow.
Thank you. Other comments? Ms. Becker?
So first, I guess I have to thank, I do have to thank with all sincerity, staff for working as hard as they did to reduce the area impacted by this requirement. And it is a requirement for us to get our beach permit. Otherwise, I would be still fighting to have all the areas on Hilton Head remain open to not only, we keep saying dogs. I want to make sure everyone understands it's all animals in this area that aren't allowed in this area. So as much as that pains me to restrict anything on Hilton Head to our four-legged friends, I do understand we have to get the beach permit. And with that, congratulations to our staff who worked so hard to limit it. And I am hoping that in the future, there's no further encroachment around our island with regard to this type of thing that would change the life of our furry friends.
And
So
the irony here is without beach renourishment, that area that we're restricting would not exist. So, right? So.
I know, it all plays together, but one thing leads to another each time. So a little step forward sometimes leads to a bigger slide, and I don't want to see that. So thank you for the hard work that you did.
Thank you.
Other comments from council? All right, seeing none, we've got a motion from Ms. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Alfred. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 7-0. Next, we'll move on to consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island, amending the municipal code by adding new sections 1-5-11 and 1-5-12, authorizing the issuance of administrative citations and fines, amending sections 10-2-60 to authorize administrative citations and fines for violations of Article 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code, amending sections 10-2-70 of the municipal code to add issuance of more than 3 administrative citations in 12 months as grounds for suspension or revocation of short-term rental permit, to add section 12-3-101 to authorize administrative citations and fines for violations of Article 12, chapters 3 and 6, to amend section 12-3-117, to amend section 2-3-213, to add sections 12-6-100 and 12-6-101, to authorize administrative citations and fines for violations of Article 12, Chapter 6, to amend section 12-6-111, to add a definition for residential beach pass, to amend sections 12-6-113, 12-6-114, 12-6-115, 12-6-117, to make grammatical changes, to repeal sections 12-6-119 and 12-6-120, and to provide for severability and effective date. The Finance Administrative Committee recommend the ordinance be advanced as drafted by a vote of 2-0 for Town Council adoption.
Mayor, I move adoption.
Oh.
I'll second it, but on this one, I would, because it came out just recently from Finance Administrative Committee, correct? And we weren't briefed on it, that we get additional time.
So we've got a motion and a second. Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this?
No, sir.
Okay,
Mr.
Chad.
Williams.
Thank you.
I encourage everyone to do what Mr. Williams has done and sign up for every agenda item in the future,
So
just
let's
in
bring
case.
it back to council and open it up for discussion. Mr. Alfred.
I believe I raised earlier, 2 questions that I thought about provisions that were not very clear to me. One of which says, a dollar fine in the event of the first violation. And then it goes on to say a second violation within 12 months. If the second violation is beyond 12 months, is it a first violation?
Yes, sir.
Because that was not clear to me that would be so read.
Yes, sir. And so I reviewed the questions that were raised at committee, and that one in particular with our town attorney. So if there's a violation, because in the code changes, there's violations established for violations of the short-term rentals and also for parking. And there's different fine structures. But if you have a violation within 12 months you have a violation, you have another violation within 12 months, it's considered a second violation. If you have another violation within 12 months of the second, it's considered the third. But if at any period you go 12 months and 1 day without a violation, you are back to a first offender on any violation. And so we provided that, we have that discussion and the code as written. That's how we would enforce it.
The other question that I had involves a situation with an individual absentee landlord of a short-term rental property. Unless that landlord signs up for email, there is no provision for notification. Is that what is intended?
No, sir. So we would provide the violation. We would provide it to the owner of, that's included in the short-term rental permit application, or the owner's last known address. There's a provision that if a applicant selects that they will choose to receive the communication via email, if they check that, then we can send it to them via email. But we have the ability to mail to their known address and the address that's located on the permit.
I believe that the way it is stated is the last known address within the town. If the landlord lives in New Jersey, then what happens?
Correct. In the administrative section, that is the language. We also have the ability on the short-term rental permit to mail it to the address included on the application or application for the permit.
Ms. Tunner?
Just have some questions. So the short-term rental fines, those are for only the owners?
They are for the violator.
So it could be the renter as well?
It could be, and Bob, our code enforcement, our public safety director here to answer that.
Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. Generally, the offense for the renter, it could be a criminal offense at that point. The administrative fine is more appropriate for somebody that's not there, that's actually overseeing the property. So we'd look, if we had a noise violation in the middle of the night, that's actually disturbing the peace, right? But the short-term rental offenses are more geared towards the owner of the property. Under their permit, they agree not to have the trash out 24 hours before, nor 24 hours after, no parking off-site, no parking in the street, and of course, the noise ordinance.
All right, thank you. On the parking fines, is that for beach parking and non-beach parking, both?
Yes.
Then on the ordinance, it says at the bottom of the page that this is to authorize administrative citations and fines for violation of beach parking restrictions and short-term rental permit violations. It should include parking as well, because parking is under a separate section.
Well, again, if a short-term rental tenant is parking in the street, that will give us the ability to give them administrative fine as well.
Now, I was moving on to, it has nothing, the parking fines could be associated with short-term rentals, but they may not be associated with short-term rentals.
And so the intent was for short-term rental operations for parking and beach, including, and beach parking. So it's all paid parking areas, all areas that are controlled under the ordinance, includes right-of-way, and easements, some other things. And so I have it in the staff report, short-term rental operations, parking and beach parking. If we've referenced it incorrectly there, we'll make the change.
Right, it's not in the ordinance, yes.
Yeah, with your concurrence, we'll make the change and bring that when we come forward for second and final.
And then the other piece is in regards to section 12-3-213, which are exemptions from the general parking requirements. And there's some logical ones, emergency vehicles, utility vehicles, but it also says resident beach pass. And this is not in the resident beach pass parking area. So I don't know why we would be excluding people from parking in the right of way and allow people with beach passes to do that. So it's on page 202 of the whole package. It's under, like I said, 12-3-213 exemptions. It says emergency responders, disabled people, town employees engaged in official duties, and then vehicles registered with a town-issued resident beach parking, and then also vehicles of utilities.
And Mayor, if I might assist, I think I see Ms. Tunner's question, and it might need to be worded to say vehicles registered with a town-issued resident beach parking pass when parked within a town beach parking area. So they're only exempt then when they're parking in that area and not when they're parking anywhere else.
Correct.
Something like that.
Okay.
That was it.
I see where you've referenced, and yeah, we can certainly make that change.
You know, whether Ms. Tunner was finished with her questions.
I am finished.
You done?
One thing that I asked when the matter was before the Finance Administrative Committee, and Mr. Alfred had raised some questions about service, that I wanted to make sure that the town attorney was satisfied with the language in the draft ordinance that it constituted adequate service of process, because I saw the use of email, and I didn't know whether or not in South Carolina that would constitute adequate service of process. So I'm looking, Mayor, to the town attorney to see if we have an answer to that.
The case, excuse me, in the case of the administrative citations, I think that it's not a criminal process. So it's much like when, if you ever did, you used to run the toll gate on the Cross Island, you got your ticket in the mail. it's similar to that. I think it is adequate for the service of a civil fine.
Okay, that's great. I know where I practiced it was not, so thank you.
Mr. Desmond, anything? Ms. Becker?
I'm reluctant because I don't want to hold it up very much. So I'm going to say I'm fine with this, with the changes that Melinda has pointed out and the clarification from Patsy.
Yeah, I do have one question. At what point in time can we bring trash violations to this?
That's one.
So, that's an excellent question. The first part of the answer is, once you adopt the administrative citations and or fines as an option for remedy in section 1 of the code, then you can apply it to whatever section of the code you think it should be applied to. In this case, we're asking you to authorize it as a remedy and apply it to short-term rental section and to the beach parking section. So we can bring forward, if it's litter or some other provision of the code that you want us to add administrative fines to, it would just be another code amendment.
I would like for y'all to kind of take a look at least the litter, but maybe if there's something else that provides, if it's underage drinking on beaches or something like that, but just something else that gives you that little extra ability, that would be great. I think it would be good. So.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing that one up because I didn't want to delay it, but it doesn't sound like it will. Good.
Any other comments?
Only Mayor, technical, and if necessary, to make these slight adjustments, the maker of the motion agrees to those friendly clarifications.
Just a second.
The second will as well.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, there's just any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Bryson, seconded by Mrs. Becker. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Lastly, we have a consideration of a resolution authorizing the execution of a non-exclusive drainage and utility easement agreement from Beaufort County for property located at 55 Gardner Drive. The Community Service and Public Safety Committee recommended the resolution be advanced as drafted via a vote of 3-0 to Town Council for adoption. Colin?
Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, before you is a request to consider resolution to accept a drainage agreement from Beaufort County for property located along 55 Gardner Drive. It's at the back edge of Old Woodlands neighborhood and what we call now Aquaterra. It was the old Christian Academy site. We have been trying to acquire property in that area to help improve drainage conditions. The county has agreed to transfer us the easement. The county sent us correspondence early last year, but had improper or inaccurate exhibits to include in the easement documentation. And so our town attorney worked to identify, find, package up, and deliver the correct documentation for us to advance this. I can show you just a quick map of where it is if you'd like to see that. But this is the Old Woodlands neighborhood on the bottom part of the screen. This is the redeveloped Christian Academy site where Aquaterra sits. And the blue hatched area is the area area of the easement that would be conveyed from the town to the county. Our stormwater team has requested this and has wanted this for some time so that we can program and include options in our stormwater utility program. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, any motion?
So moved.
Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this?
No, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion from council?
Just quickly, Mayor, anything to improve our stormwater system, I'm all for. I just wondered if we'd had any questions or comments or objections from the Old Woodlands neighborhood. Are they glad for us to be able to do this?
The short answer is yes. I know you probably want just a short answer. But there's an easement there, but there are no stormwater improvements in that easement. And so by the town acquiring that, we control that now and can affect improvements that we believe are necessary to improve quality of life and drainage in that area. So yes.
That includes Old Woodlands neighborhood, not just the Aquaterra apartments.
That's correct. It would be an opportunity to help conveyance of water from that community through that easement.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
It's just been an ongoing problem from the beginning, and so it's nice to find the solution, and I commend and I look forward to our stormwater team taking it over.
Seeing no other comments, we have a motion on the table, Mr. Alfred, seconded by Mrs. Becker. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Moving on to non-agenda items of public comment, section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 1 3-minute comment when addressing council. At the end of your 3 minutes, you're asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. Kimberly, do we have anybody signed up to speak today?
Skip Hoagland.
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. I'm very focused on seeing an independent 5-person Doge Finance Committee set up. In order to serve, you must be a volunteer CPA. This committee reports to the council, not the town manager and the lawyers. This committee controls and oversees the budget, all year-end audits to ensure no wrongdoing. This committee, to begin, will hire the forensic audit firm to clean the slate and then hire all year-end audits. The employees no longer control the funds. They simply just get paid to do their jobs. The town is comprised of 20% of the land mass of Hilton Head. The rest of it is made up of gated and non-gated communities controlled by HOAs and POAs. $140 to $175 million budget with over 100 employees with managers of managers has become a bloated, wasteful bureaucracy, and it's not a democracy or a limited government. And it needs to be run honestly by the people and for the people. Our town has been taken over by many dishonest people, and even our mayors and town manager and lawyers have been caught committing illegal acts and criminal fraud. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. The lawyers even caught overcharging legal fees in the millions and buried in the fraudulent budget. Look at it. Our council keeps allowing the illegal use and issue of tax funds by many nonprofits and our chamber DMO to illegally use millions for private profit committing tax evasion. $600,000 to sponsor a golf tournament reserved for corporations. Dredging of Harbor Town is an HOA PO expenditure, and I still say workforce housing should be the free market. If we had drafted a master land plan 50 years ago when I moved here to control and stop the development in perpetuity, we wouldn't need workforce housing. We would have less traffic, less tourism, and an island life versus a big city life, and stop this out of control, bloated, illegal, secretly operated town government that's wasting and illegally spending millions of our tax dollars with no oversight. Lastly, 3 million tourists have severely impacted the lives of 38,000 people. Our island has just become a secret money machine for the chamber, developers, and special interests. Charles Fraser's vision when I moved here, and the reason I moved here 50 years ago, was for low-density, high-end resort and retirement community. Unfortunately, developers, money, greed, kick the can down the road elected officials, bureaucratic, dishonest town managers and lawyers on the take didn't care about this vision. Money always prevails over honest, responsible actions in the environment. And again, Alex Brown, head of finance, is an embarrassment. He does not know anything about finance. I don't know anything about finance. I couldn't be in his position as well. He needs to be replaced and get the Doge committee with CPAs, and then we'll know what we're doing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hoagland. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go into executive session?
Wait, we've got several
you've got more? Oh, okay, I thought you just
yes.
had one the way you said it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Chet Williams.
You pass it.
Sandy West.
Well, earlier today it was good afternoon, but it's good evening now. Thank you for your service and for appointing me to serve on the Housing Action Committee. After Jack Alderman and I resigned, the town released the following statement. Our collective goal is to improve the quality of life on the island for residents, visitors, and to help our businesses thrive. These are powerful, important words, but words alone won't solve the crisis we face. Action is required. You can avoid reality, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding reality. The reality is workforce housing has grown into a crisis that threatens the stability and the future of our community. I urge council to answer 3 questions. Where are we going, and how do we get there? Committees cannot answer these questions. Only you, our elected leaders, can. Workforce housing was the town's top priority 2 years ago. Many of you campaigned on it. Other than the Coastal Community Development Corporation's steady progress in actually housing workers, the situation is worse, not better, and their request for funding was denied this year. I don't understand how that can happen. They are our success story at this moment. Here's a real story to highlight the crisis. A local dog grooming business shelters one of their employees in their home on a pull-out sofa because the groomer can't afford housing and they need the groomer to sustain their business. The mainland is booming with thousands of jobs and housing coming to Bluffton, Hardyville, and Okatee. Soon the 14,000 employees that are working and traveling here every day may choose not to. Why would they endure the expense and time to commute when opportunities are flourishing nearby? Our economy is built, our economy is built on tourism dollars. Restaurants, resorts, entertainment venues, and businesses depend on workers. Hilton Head Island is ranked as the #1 beach resort regularly. We are investing $47 million in beach renourishment. Why? Because years ago, visionary leaders saw the importance and acted. It's hard to be the #1 beach community if you don't have a beach. It will be just as hard to be a thriving community if you don't have workers. Some town council members have said the town doesn't want to be in the housing business, and while I understand it, the town is in the business of beaches, transportation, parking, parks and recreation, wildlife preservation, fire and rescue, roads, arts, turtles, culture, land preservation, and I could go on. Housing's about people. It's about the workers and the sustaining of a thriving community, which is what you say and state that you want. Right now, we are writing the history for tomorrow. What is that history going to be? Are we going to avoid or deal with reality? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West.
Jack Alderman.
Good evening. I'm Jack Alderman. I've lived on Hilton Head for 35 years, and I love this island and this community. I'm speaking only for myself today, and here's my question. Are you going to be a can-do government on workforce housing or a can't-do town government on workforce housing? There are great intentions and nice words and a few wins so far, but the problem is this big and the solutions so far are this big. We have a long history of being a can-do community. Just a few examples. For centuries, our Gullah community has protected our land, water, and trees while also providing for their families and creating a real community. Then 70 years ago, the modern era of development began, and those developer families showed us and the world how Hilton Head Island creatively does beautiful, livable, sustainable communities. Bold action. In the 80s, we formed a town government to protect our island from overdevelopment. In recent decades, our can-do community voted repeatedly to set aside land that needed to be preserved, and we boldly funded regular renourishment of our beaches. In the 90s, we built the Cross Island Expressway, a can-do move to resolve our traffic crisis. All those great initiatives are evidence that we as a community, and even as a limited service government, know that when we step up and do the right thing with bold, creative, environmentally sensitive solutions to a crisis. Now we are in a true community crisis that makes those previous crises pale in comparison. How will we keep our reliable, available, sustainable, essential workforce here? The threats are formidable, the commutes are untenable, and there are thousands of new, well-paying jobs springing up off-island every year. Here's just one example. The Hyundai automobile plant has just opened west of Savannah. In the next 6 years, they will be employing 8,000 workers. along with another 7,000 workers in nearby support jobs. That adds up to more workers than come across our failing bridges every day. And the Hyundai plant, average wages will be substantially higher than we pay our employees on Hilton Head. And the commute from Hardyville to that plant is shorter than the commute to our island. You know where those employees will choose to go. So how are you doing on creating solutions to these existential problems? So far, we have a bridge that can't get funding and a small handful of new housing possibilities. Pretty soon, our residents might start to think we are a can't-do community instead of the can-do community we have always been. I believe we can turn that around and do the right things for the vibrant future of our island, but it can't wait any longer. Please start now.
Thank you, Mr. Alderman.
Alan Wolf.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Quickly, I am the president, Alan Wolf, Surge Restaurant Group. I've spent 8 years now seeking town support from many different dioceses on workforce housing. Recently, we joined Blue Hour Housing in an attempt to facilitate an LMO text amendment to allow the conversion of hotel properties to multifamily housing. The idea was met with wide support from the business community and members of the council, but our effort was unable to make it through the Planning Commission due to a forthcoming priority text amendment being drafted by the town staff for the same purpose. I encourage you, especially with that workshop coming up in July, to press for this priority amendment to be taken up swiftly so the town staff can get it to Planning Commission, ultimately to you at council. We do see these Class C properties being underutilized. They're not performing from an occupancy or an accommodations tax standpoint, and the rooms represent a critical resource for the expansion of workforce housing on the island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Lynn Greeley.
Lynn Greeley gave me a POA to speak.
Mr. Hoagland, I'm sorry, we do not accept power of attorney.
All right, you're violating the judge's ruling, and I'll accept that until we
Thank you, sir.
Douglas Fletcher.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Doug Fletcher. I was the pastor for 11 years at First Presbyterian Church here on the island, and I've served for over 6 years at the Community Foundation on their grants committee, and I'm also on the board of Neighborhood Outreach Connection. I have seen from a variety of perspectives as a pastor, as a person who works with people who live as a part of the workforce families here on the island. I've seen the impact of this. I've seen the impact of short-term rentals on raising prices beyond what people can afford as a rental. Something that was never anticipated when this island was first established, the way in which short-term rentals would create an incredible pressure on the infrastructure of this island, and also elevate prices because what a vacationer is willing to pay for a week cannot be multiplied by 52 weeks for someone who's trying to live. This issue is extremely important, and I think it's important economically, ultimately, for every person who lives here, for the businesses that are here, for every resident, for a person who needs services and needs service people to help them. It is not only an important issue, it's an important moment. It became very clear to me, just watching all of you, how important this moment is for the town council to make decisions and to have clarity about the importance of the issue and how critical it is, how it impacts the number of our students, how it already is showing itself in ways that began years ago, and that we don't want a town that's having to pick option number 6 that started with a few good choices and now is reduced to the last one. Time has its own cost. And when we don't address things with diligence and with effort, we lose the opportunity. And finally, the importance of your leadership. Leadership may be a word that we try to dodge or escape from, but it is an important part of sharing in a partnership. It's an important part of working together with other people. It's an important part of establishing confidence and vision. Otherwise, we find that it can be way too easy to put our head in the sand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Reitz.
Tom Reitz, Beaufort County Council, Hilton Head Island, to these great people here, to the mayor, town council, Mr. Orlando. Thanks for a few minutes for allowing me to say a few words on something I think is very good news. I almost forgot about it with all we had to go through here tonight, but back in August of last year, Bay Pines, I made a commitment to these people that we would mitigate their stormwater flooding of their homes issues. And Mr. Orlando, I think you remember, I came to you when I got to that neighborhood right after that Storm Debbie, I think it was August 5th, and I said, you know, I don't know what I'm doing, but we got to work together. And from that point to last week's rainstorm, I mean, heavy rain, a couple of these homes would have normally flooded out. I've sent you some video. I was there in the heaviest part of it, and there's drains that are flowing that haven't flowed in 20, 25 years. So the work that we're doing between county council and town council and our staffs and engineers is just amazing. And Mr. Coleman, this whole Old Woodlands, I looked at, as a result of Bay Pines, Old Woodlands came to me, Cedar Woods, Point Comfort Club, I mean, all these places came out and said, if you could get some work done there, why can't we do it in all these other ones? So our teams are out there working together, and I heard that you guys are going into an executive session, and you're going to talk about stormwater, I believe. Well, I'm here just to say, this county council is with you. We're going to work with you. If somebody wants to turn their roads and their private roads over to you, take them, gladly take them. We'll work with you. Let's work, let's get all the work done that we need to do to help these people out. And we'll work out the details of who owns it, who pays for it. We've been collecting stormwater fees for many years. And in many cases, we haven't used them on the people that have been paying them. So please keep that in mind when you go back there. And Mr. Orlando, you and I talked a couple times about some things. You have my word that this council is backing all of you, and we appreciate your efforts. And, you know, all the crazy stuff that we have to deal with, we're doing something that when I started coming here in 1990, they said stormwater is going to destroy us if we don't work together or get something done. After all those years, we're finally doing something. It started August of last year, and this group right here is kicking some butt. So, you know, let me know how I can help you. Let me know how our team can help you. But you're an engineer, Mr. DeSimone.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reitz.
And we want to thank
Goes
you
quick.
for keeping an eye on things. Appreciate it, everybody.
Yeah, you did some really good work out there. We have another one for you when you're ready.
That's all we have.
That's all you had. Mr. Orlando, before we go into executive session, I'd like to ask Senator Davis if he would like, if he needs to come up and address anything regarding, from the meeting last night, which we discussed earlier, any updates since then, or?
Yeah, I don't necessarily, Mr. Mayor, Council, don't necessarily have a presentation. I think y'all are familiar with the issues, but as a courtesy, since a lot of things are happening, I couldn't get down here earlier than 4, and I apologize for that, but I'm available to answer any questions that you have, or otherwise I won't get in the way of your executive session.
Okay. Any questions from council at this time?
Nothing's changed in 24 hours.
Just conversations that I've had with Secretary Powell and Director or Chairman White today. Communications with Alice Howard and Michael Moore. Everyone's aware of the meeting that's being held next Tuesday in County Council. Thereafter, there needs to be a revised submission to the SIB. The SIB will have to take that up within a certain window of time. In the event that that doesn't occur, then you default to the option 1. As indicated last night, my personal opinion is that $80 million, if you do default to option 1, ought to come to Hilton Head. I've looked at that referendum. the $80 million. When you click on the projects that are listed for that penny sales tax, there is a list of things, and $80 million is allocated to the town of Hilton Head for improvements for that window. So I certainly would be advocating for that to be allocated to the town if that becomes the position. Alternatively, or in addition to that, I would advocate if the county wants to use some of that $80 million to try to make it 3 lanes instead of 2, I would go to Secretary Powell and try to make the case that it absorbed that as part of their cost. So just stand by. We're following through on the course of action that was adopted 2 months ago. Whether that pans out or not, we'll know fairly soon. So, but I just wanted to make sure that I was here to answer any questions you all might have.
Appreciate that very much. Mr. Brown?
Senator, as things continue to get tougher in Columbia, I want to just say to you, stay encouraged. We appreciate you always being an advocate for your constituents, which are obviously our constituents as well. You make us proud all the time as far as the way you go after issues and try to bring home the best substance for our town. So we really appreciate all your efforts. I'm not quite sure that others throughout the state can say the same as far as someone who comes back home and puts their feet on the ground with the people. So stay encouraged, and again, we appreciate your efforts.
And I appreciate just watching what you all go through. I mean, it reminds me of how much time you guys got to put into these issues. Very impressed with the degree of inquiry and the decisions you all made. It was a worthwhile afternoon for me.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my comment from last night. I said you are relentless, and you are relentless. You are just such an advocate for Hilton Head, Beaufort County, and our residents. And I appreciate you, if we end up with option 1, advocating for that 3rd lane to be paid by the Department of Transportation. I think that's our biggest concern. We want as much money as possible for the work here on Hilton Head Island. So thank you.
The other thing, and thank you, Ms. Turner. The other thing I would say is, if the alternative 2 or option 2 ends up being the one, if the SIB comes around and says, okay, you can use $120 million for this. In regard to the master plan for on the island, I mean, the comments you made last night, I think several of you did, if you don't do the on-island improvements, it's not going to solve the problem, and they ought to be done concurrently. So if there ever is a master plan for the island that you all endorse, and it's like, this is what you want, and it's engineered, and it's monetized, I will work with you and working with SIB, with the DOT, with the general fund, with the county, with the town, with grants that might be available from the Federal Highway Administration to putting that together. I honestly don't think it's an either or kind of a thing. If you know what you want, and you're working towards that, and that becomes a reality, let us know. A lot of people know, the federal delegation, the county, that we can help you get that done. So, and concurrently with the other improvements. So, but your point was well made last night, Mayor. Just this 2-lane bridge eastbound is not, or 3-lane bridge, whatever it is not going to solve the problem on an island unless you make those changes as well. So I don't know where you all are on that. I know a lot of inquiries have been made. I don't know if there's a meeting of the minds among council. But if and when that happens and occurs, please let me know and others know so we can help you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Becker? You're not done yet.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Hey, Tim.
Just one. Hi, Tom. Thank you for coming today to talk to us. We appreciate it. We also appreciate all the work that you've done over the years. I can't say that I was disappointed. I think I'm concerned that when we have 6 members, or I guess it was 5 because we were missing one, of our town council and mayor express an interest in what we want for the future, which I think we all gave consensus of last night, that option 1 we were good with, and we wanted that money because indeed we have spoken and had workshops about plans for the corridor and what needs to be done to facilitate more capacity coming on, lessening the congestion, but also the safety issues that we have. Mm-hmm. So option 1 benefits, the current option 1 benefits our town. And those dollars, bringing them back to the town of Hilton Head is critical at this point, because along with being able to have a safe bridge coming on, we can create a corridor that provides less congestion, more capacity, and a safe environment, not only for the vehicles coming on, but the vehicles here on the island from our residents, as well as all of our bicyclists and the rest. So that work on the corridor is incredibly important, far more important than the bridge expansion. So I'm just going to reiterate my strong stance that I think was echoed by my colleagues, most of my colleagues last night, that option one is a good option for us. Those dollars coming home to us to do those projects that we've identified, it's a good option for us and we want it.
Well, here's how I'd respond to that. First of all, I agree with you that the improvements need to be done on island. My role in this has always been to try to facilitate and accomplish what local governments want. 2 months ago, an 11-0 vote by Beaufort County Council set a course of action, and a 6-1 vote by this town council set a course of action. When I get that and you send me out into the field, I'm going to go ahead and drive to try to accomplish that. I understand there's been discussions in regard to, well, wouldn't it be better, you know, I guess this realization's come over the last few days or few weeks or whatever it is, if the bridge thing failed, you default back to just doing that Mackey Creek span, given the $80–90 million DOT has on hand, and Beaufort County will then give that $80 million to Hilton Head. That wasn't a proposal that I was aware of until a couple, 3 days. I talked to Mr. Orlando about it. I talked to you on the phone about it. But in terms of me, when our local governments give me that sort of a directive in regard to this is what we want to do and take that hill, I mean, I'm going to try to make that happen. Now, if the county council wants to amend what they want to do in conjunction with what the town wants to do, and I have a different set of criteria that you say, okay, help us accomplish that, I'll be there with you. But as far as I'm concerned, it's been 2 months since that 11-0, 6-1 vote. The SIB said to the county, there are certain things in regard to your submission that are not acceptable. The order priority in terms of funding, where savings go if savings occur. I mean, things of that nature, things that I don't consider to be material, okay? And so, you know, my sense was, and first of all, and I've expressed this to the county, I wasn't even told about the meeting. I didn't even know that the county was going up to have a meeting. And I feel like these things are so de minimis in some ways. I like to think that if I was up there, I could have talked to Chairman White and the other members of the SIB, who I know and I'm friends with, and could have gotten it done. But irrespective of all that, I will follow your all's direction. And if the county and the town decide they want to go a different direction, I'll follow that. If this thing falls apart and the $120 million goes away and you go ahead with the Mackey Creek span, I will advocate for you to get that $80 million. I will advocate to the DOT that if the county decides it wants to have 3 lanes, that the DOT pick that up. So I'll continue to do that, but I consider myself still in sort of an implementation phase on what was done just 2 months ago.
I know it's hard when the timelines and the information changes, and it's changed rapidly recently.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and as much as I appreciate got to know you from the very beginning before I was on council working on this, and I appreciate all the time we've spent and the work that's been done. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you all.
it.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, sorry, Senator Davis.
Senator Davis, Ms. Bryson.
Just quickly, first of all, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you very much. As a retired attorney, I watched your skills as an advocate, as solution focused, looking at all different kind of options, and is trying to figure out how to work with different groups and bring forward a solution that we can all agree to and move forward. So I want to tell you how much I admire your skills and appreciate that you are our representative. In addition to that, I think I made it clear last night that I support the suggestion you are making, and that is, why not try to save the $120 million? And in fact, save what might be expended on that 3rd lane. And let's try it within the time we have left. So I'm still there. We've not taken a vote on how to proceed. And so I want you to understand that we're still talking about it. And also the fallback position is an easy one. It's there already. So we haven't delayed it further because we've been given a shot clock by Secretary Powell at SCDOT. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from, and we have not taken a vote on it. And I know that we would pledge to keep you in the loop with the information that we have, and I know you will do the same for us. And I hope that we can have that same kind of communication with the county in the future about meetings. because we all want to stay on the same page and work together.
Thank you,
So thank you.
Bryce, appreciate it.
Senator, thank you so much. We've got to go into executive session now. I'm sure that some might need a 5 extra minute break. So with that, Mr. Orlando, do we have need for executive session?
Yes, sir, as shown on the agenda, item 11A, B, C, and D.
We have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. Second.
Sandy.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. We are in executive session. Can you just go ahead and let me know when we're good? All right, if I can have a motion to come out of executive session? Got a first and second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Before we move on, just want to recognize that today is Councilwoman Bryson's birthday. Sorry, we did not do that sooner, but just want to make that notification. And also, there's another birthday next week. Mrs. Becker has her birthday as well. So, Mr. Brown, do we have any action coming out of executive committee?
Yes, sir. I move that the town council adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of a contract for the purchase of 6.58 acres, more or less, of real property on Jonesville Road, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and authorizing the mayor and town manager to execute the contract and take all actions needed to complete the transaction described in the contract.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I also move that the town council adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor and town manager to execute and deliver a workforce housing agreement between the town and Diamond Elite HHI SC LLC, and to accept the declaration of covenants and restrictions for workforce housing from Diamond Cove Elite SC LLC under the authority of 16-4-105 of the municipal code, and authorizing the mayor and the town manager to take all actions needed to comply with the town's obligations under the proposed workforce housing agreement and declaration of covenants.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Do we have any discussion? Any discussion from the public? Mr. Brown made the motion, Ms. Bryson second. Pardon? No? Okay, Ms. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0.
And Mr. Mayor, I finally move that the town council adopt a resolution approving forms of workforce housing agreements and declarations of covenants and restrictions in connection with applications for projects submitted under 16-4-105 of the municipal code, authorizing the LMO official to accept the forms of workforce housing agreements and declarations of covenants for projects submitted under 16-4-105 of the municipal code, authorizing mayor and town manager to execute the forms, and authorizing the town manager and LMO official to take all actions needed to enforce any workforce housing agreements and declarations of covenants.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? Seeing none, Mr. Brown made the motion, Ms. Bryson seconded it. All those in hands are up already, 7-0. Want to thank everybody. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, sir.
We are adjourned.